Hello, everyone, and welcome to 3D Tech Fest. Good morning, good evening, and good afternoon to all of you around the world. We're so excited to have you. Without further ado, I'm just going to get us started by introducing the CEO of Aldenon, Ms. Janice Wang. Janice, welcome to 3D Tech Fest.
Hello, everyone. It's so amazing to see you all. It's Tuesday. It's day one of 3D Tech Fest. And welcome to you all. I'm broadcasting from our office in London, which is housed in the Sustainable Fashion Innovation Hub of the Mills Fabrica. So please tell us in the chat where you're listening in from. We love hearing about you. By the way, this amazing backdrop that you see behind us is kind of the bacterial dye stuff that dyes without water. And that clothing is made out of like dead stock, pre-consumer dead stock waste. And there's like incredible amounts of other amazing technologies that are about to actually be brought out industrially. So before I want to start, we have to say thank you. It's year 5 of 3D Tech Fest, and we would not have continued without your support, because if this wasn't useful to you, we shouldn't spend any effort doing it. And let me get in the we of this lineup. And I'm going to bring up the fabulous team of 3D Tech Fest, who are Brooke Vigut, Saul Guzman, Brian Ott, Sarah Klein. This team has curated, produced, scheduled, cajoled, and kept everything in line. So be nice to them and do not troll them, because they work very hard. They are the heroes of this festival. We also have the judging panel, who is Deborah Patton of the Robin Report, Ben Hansen of the Interline, Daniel Peters of Fashion Minority Report, and of course me, because I get some perks as CEO. And then we have our incredibly thoughtful hosts, who are Danny Loftus and Ben Hansen, whose judgment we are just completely in awe of, because having all of these different points of view and the ability to synthesize and summarize are what these humans do best. So here are some stats. We have 5,429 people registered as of Monday, which basically means that if all of you bring a friend, then we'll have 10,000 people who actually hear about stuff that needs to happen in our industry. We have 55 speakers across 24 sessions, and the speakers represent about are coming from 16 different countries. So everybody in the West, everybody in the East, and everybody from manufacturing, and everybody from brands. So it's going to be a really interesting 3 days. So let me tell you about how we started. 3D Tech Fest started as Alvanon's way to create a community space for all the users of various digital software platforms, and showcase some really interesting case studies that we were seeing. And over the past 5 years, it's really taken a life of its own. Since then, this event has evolved from being just about 3D to talking about all the dimensions of our fashion industry and how emerging technology enhances the physical product that we make. 3D Tech Fest is our collection of stories of love and hope. And if you're here today, you're here because you love this industry and you want to make it better. And love because there's really something joyous in the product that we build. Clothing shields us from the elements. It keeps us safe. It enhances our identity, and it shows our quirkiness and makes us feel good enough to show up for the world. And then let's talk about hope. Hope because this is an industry that lifts women and families out of poverty. And because if you're here to listen, you are creating these efficiencies through technological advancements. And maybe we might be able to stem this tide of ridiculous mess that we're making in this world. Look, as an industry, we have failed Mother Nature. We haven't industrialized clean materials, and we haven't recycled any of the man-made ones. We haven't optimized our systems. And honestly, there's a really blurry line between love and hate. I need to voice my hate, because I hate the progress that we have made as a fashion industry. And I hate that in 25 years, we have regressed back to old methodologies, old exploitations, and old self-interest. You know, we've barely improved our processes. We've gone 2 steps forwards and 3 steps back. And how can I tell you all of this? Because Alvanon, we have some data, right? In the 5 years of producing 3D Tech Fest and the 22 years of running Alvanon, we have seen an evolution come full circle. When we first started making a mannequin the standard of the brands, right? This fostered clear communication between brands, traders, vendors, and manufacturers. And then we analyzed and provided better information that would create inclusive sizing for consumers so that they could love the brand's products. We invested yearly in enhancing technology to make digital avatars and enhance the digital product creation process, collaborating with all of the softwares across the industry. And we created educational platforms that would train users wherever they were to the specifications that the corporations and also all the manufacturers actually needed. We have seen so much hope that digital product creation would help to reduce samples, allow processes that would make better decisions. And then post-COVID, we actually saw that in one fell swoop, we had brands actually getting rid of full technical departments. And these technical departments are the institutional memory of the brands, right? And I don't think that sometimes they realize what they're doing in that when they're actually asked these departments. In a sense, it's like watching a library of rare books burn. You know, we've seen for the first time in 4 years a reduction of investment by brands in technical development and more pressure on manufacturers to provide more service for less payment. And we see teams, right, who are too scared to make a decision, even they're all born out of really good intention. Because everybody who's here, we want to do the best job possible. And sometimes you can't move forward because you can't try anything because your job might be at stake. And that's not a way to continue inside the industry. So, kind of daunting, right? But wait, there is hope. There is hope. There is always hope. For the first time ever, actually, since my father had this zany idea of actually building Albanon, we are seeing e-com departments realize that they need to better their returns because now there's hard monetary amounts tied to return rates. And in order for them to better their return rates, they're starting to realize that actually different departments need to speak to each other. And in order to do that, that's allowing the consumer to make a better decision. All of this information and consumer feedback loop will be used to better a product. And hopefully, we will be able to make less to sell that is appropriate to be bought. The thing is that we are an industry that is off balance, and we need to right-size the inventory imbalance. Look, okay, why am I telling you all of this? Because if you are here, you love this industry as much as I do, right? If we didn't love this industry, and if we didn't love all the technical expertise that is in this room, we wouldn't fight hard for it. So the question is, how do you fight? If you're a manager, fight for your budget dollars. And even if you have to get less, invest it in the base infrastructure that helps you create some standards. Basically, build back the library. If you're a digital user, fight to streamline your processes so that you can do less and collaborate more. If you're a designer, please learn some new skills and utilize AI to actually improve the speed in which we can actually do these jobs. If you are a university lecturer, fight to get your students access to both digital and traditional skills. And if you are a student, fight to make online tutorials on digital platforms part of your curriculum. And if you can't, you know, there's always YouTube. For those of you who are in exec management, please get interested and engaged with really what is happening on all levels of your company, because these people who have fought so hard for your brand and your company have the best of intentions. And then please fight to bridge the gaps between the silos, because we all need those bridges in order to do this work that we all need to collaborate together to be at. For all of you who are here, we ask for your help. We need you to write to us, tell us what you need to hear more of, and tell us the things that intrigue you, because knowing what isn't working, we can start to explore the solutions that are available to us. And if there's anything that I have learned through being in this industry since I was a teenager, as one must always, as my late father, Dr. Kenneth Wang, used to say, we must continue to evolve and have hope And with that, I bring on the amazing Danny Loftus, who will be the host for you today. Enjoy. Hi, Danny.
Hi, Janice. Thank you so much for such beautiful and inspirational words. And thank you so much for having me to host 3D Tech Fest today. I want to start by saying good morning or good afternoon based on where you are in the world. I'm calling in from London, which has decided that it would like to continue its legacy of continuously raining once again. But luckily, inside in the dry, we have an amazing lineup of speakers for today, so I could not be more excited. And before kicking off, I'm going to tell you a little bit about who I am, and I'm going to run you through a couple of housekeeping rules. So I am a digital fashion founder, influencer, and investor. I started in the space writing about digital fashion. I went on to be a founding member of Red DAO, which is the largest investment vehicle in the digital fashion space. And I also have my own digital fashion company, which is called Drop, which is aiming to elevate digital fashion and its craft under the belief that code is the couture. And the reasons that I went down this journey, and Janice and I have known each other since almost day one, was because I genuinely found the idea of digital fashion and the idea of integrating algorithms into culture something that could be deeply inspiring. And as I'm going to go on to tell you a little bit more about in a second, the reason I was so compelled to help lead this conversation today was that I truly believe each of the individuals speaking is building a world in which algorithms can positively shape arts and culture. So before I kick off, I'm going to start with some housekeeping rules, and there are just 3 that I'm going to go through. The first and most important one is to leave comments in the chat. A lot of our sessions today are going to have a Q&A portion, and Janice and the team have done this amazing job of bringing you these leaders and bringing you these incredibly inspirational individuals. So don't let yourself be in a situation where you're going to bed tonight and you're thinking, why didn't I ask that question? Leave it in the comments, write it in the chat, and make sure you make the most out of these incredible leaders and their experience. Number 2, remember to stretch your legs. The theme of the whole next 3 days is the importance of the digital and physical link. So just because you are enjoying your digital experience so much with us, don't forget to focus on your physical health occasionally. Finally, remember that this is just the first of 3 days. Janice and the team have curated an incredible lineup of speakers, bringing you new topics, new perspectives, and by attending all 3 days, you'll get the most holistic view possible of the digital and physical link and the ecosystem. So yeah, this is just an opener to kick you off to a beautiful next 3 days. With all of this in mind, I'm going to share a few thoughts with you of why I was so excited to be your host for today. As someone who started in the space as a content creator, I think you could say that culture and algorithms are really my Roman Empire. And when I was first talking to Janice about this, I took a step back and I went to some of my friends and I basically asked them, what do culture and algorithms mean to you? When I say those 2 words, what do you think of? So I actually would love to give everybody a minute and just write in the chat. When I say culture and algorithms, what words come to your head? It can be anything. It can be a trend. It can be a technology. It can be anything you want. But what does culture and algorithms mean to you? Okay, bias. Interesting. Social media. Anything else? Languages. Okay, really interesting. The art of maths versus the art of visual. I absolutely love that. Restrictive choice. Wow. Okay, future history. Ooh, okay, interesting. Friction, art and science. Okay, beautiful. So you actually have far more interesting responses than the majority of millennials and Gen Zs that I talked about this with, and globalization. But I think the two actually are very symbiotic. So when I asked some people what culture and algorithms meant to them, just friends of mine, people who are not in the tech industry or the space, they basically started saying things to me like Mudeng or like Jules LeBron or TikTok. And when they said those words to me, because the way that I think about it is very similar to, I think the way Andrea or Darshana thinks about it. I think about it as alternative worlds. I think about it to a degree as restriction. And I thought, okay, what categorizes our culture? Like culture is spawned from algorithms and culture that is popular today. And the thing that really stood out to me, and I don't know if it is something that all of you have thought about, but it was this idea of the ephemeral. When I think of my own experience growing up and a lot of other people's experiences that I'm close to, when I found something that resonated with me culturally, it was something that really stuck. I would watch the same film over and over again. I would listen to the same piece of music. I wear the same brands. I want to know everything about them. I want to know everything about their lore because they are defining my story. They are something that I identify with. And the way I see culture being produced by the internet today, it's something fast, it's something ephemeral, it's much closer to entertainment than it is to something that is actually sticky. That the viral hippo of the moment, Mudeng, my assumption is that hippo is going to be forgotten by the end of October in a very similar way to Tube Girl, who went from being a viral phenomena to something that we grew out of in under a year. So there's this idea of ephemerality as opposed to the idea of consuming something that really sticks with you and really has a significant impact on your life that you identify with, that helps you grow and that grows with you. And I think in that way, I would make a comparison between fast fashion and current culture versus more sustainable long-term pieces and the culture that we are used to consuming. So with that in mind, I basically thought about it and I was like, okay, this kind of makes sense because culture that is algorithmically generated falls into the remit of almost everything else in tech. The purpose of technology conceptually is often to hurtle us towards progress as quickly as we possibly can be hurtled towards it. And so speed is a very important element of technology. And it's also a very important element of current culture. A trend is alive and dead overnight. And I think with all that in mind and all the things which maybe are not the best about algorithmic culture, I thought, do we really need this? And I think after contemplating on it, I think, yeah, we really do. In the UK, in the 1970s, when my mum was growing up, there were 3 television channels. That's it. 10 years later, we got a 4th one. In 1997, we got a 5th one. And in a very British way, they were all named Channel 3, Channel 4, Channel 5. But that was the amount of information you were processing. It was from 3 to 5 TV channels. It was from a bunch of newspapers, some radio stations, that's it. Now, I can go on TikTok and I can see the work of 1 million creators. And that is a very conservative number because there are 34 million TikTok videos uploaded every single day. And as anybody who has read about the TikTok algorithm knows, you can allegedly be rocketed to fame as a creator from absolutely nothing. So to say there's 1 million creators, actually anyone who posts on TikTok could become a creator. So the amount of information we are absorbing is absolutely colossal. So with that in mind, the way that I see algorithms are basically our editors. They are filtering through content to say, okay, who should be consuming this? What should they be consuming? When and where? Okay, if that's an accepted fact, because we have so much information, we can't organically sort through it ourselves anymore. then the question comes, what makes a good algorithm? And I think you can say that what makes a good algorithm is quite similar to what makes a good editor in general. An algorithm is not something objective. It is not something like it becomes objective, but it's actually something made by a person or an organization, and it aligns with their goals. And so it's influenced by the maker and then the data that goes into it. And so if you have the right people making it and you have it fed on the right data, an algorithm can go from being something that is biased, that is negative, into something that is deeply positive. And this brings me full circle back to Janice's words about Janice seeing the future of fashion and the future of technology as a place of inspiration and hope. When I came into digital fashion almost 5 years ago, I did so because I thought that digital fashion could be an industry that was more sustainable, more equitable, and more interesting than the fashion industry that had preceded it. I am very excited about the speakers we have today because each person is fighting or working to build algorithms or use them in a way which makes an arts and culture space that is similarly more equitable, more sustainable, and more interesting. So without further ado, I am so happy to welcome our first panel, which is considering this very important question, which is a brand's responsibility to culture. Thank you so much for joining me, and I hope you have a beautiful day.
Hi, good morning, everyone. Good afternoon for those that are across the pond, throughout Europe, in the UK. My name is Anmalika Oputa. I am the founder of Relate Media Group, which is a strategic branding, communications, and experiential consultancy. I am really excited to be joined today by Felita Harris and Christoph. Would love for each of you to introduce yourself before we jump into this exciting conversation. So Felita, I'll throw it over to you to go first.
Good morning, everyone. Thank you. I am Felita Harris, the Executive Director of Raise Fashion. Raise Fashion is a 501c3 nonprofit providing pro bono resources from networking to grants and an amazing network of executives giving their time and expertise to BIPOC designers on 4 continents. So we're excited to be here today.
And Christoph?
Hi, everybody. Very happy to be here. My name is Christoph. I'm responsible for marketing and brand at the ISPO group in Germany and also doing some freelance consulting for tech and fashion brands. So ISPO Group is a worldwide acting network of platforms, but we're mostly known for our trade shows, which brings all kind of sports, tech, and fashion people together. Used to be an ordering trade show, but now evolved into some kind of a festival where you can exchange a little bit like here to the pressing questions, also doing business and opportunities. And so very close to the sports and lifestyle fashion way and world.
Well, thank you both for being here. From those introductions, I think we've got the right 2 people to have an incredible conversation. And I'd really love to just start off with the title of this panel, A Brand's Responsibility to Culture. I think when we think through that phrase, there's an inherent tension between a brand's responsibility to culture while also having to be mindful of its bottom line. This question really is for either of you, but how can brands really navigate this tension and ensure that they remain relevant without commodifying or exploiting the creativity that comes from the communities they engage with?
Yeah, I'll start. I think it starts with defining what culture is. And in my view, culture is deeply rooted in the DNA and historical experiences of a people. It's something that is unique. It can't be copied or reproduced. It is absolutely unique. And I think it is a brand's responsibility to address hiring practices and, advocating for what we are still talking about today, diversity and inclusion, cultural representation of its employee base. And I think by doing that, you really are addressing the product needs. It's showing up in marketing and overall consumer engagement. And that really is targeting the profitability and growing the relevancy of everything that we're really addressing when you talk about cultural engagement. The diversity of a brand and the internal network of people is really its greatest asset. So that is really what we're striving for, that authenticity in the marketplace. And I think when brands really address the people, the network, and the employee base, they will inherently have that.
Yeah, Felita, I really appreciate you bringing up that authenticity, particularly as it relates to creativity. And I feel like it's an essential part of a brand's responsibility to culture. I know in both of your work, there's been a focus on authenticity stemming from real life circumstances. What do we think brands are missing today in their approach to creativity and relevance? And how can they stay connected to culture communities driving these trends? And, Christoph, if you want to take that question.
Yeah, of course. Thanks. I think is very interesting is also like adding on what Felita said before is like as a brand, you should also reflect when, you just not, we tend to make everything kind of define it as a consumer good that we have to sell to people. But for some reason, you are a brand and you have a positioning in this world and you are something. So you have some roots, you have some heritage, you have an idea what you are and what you want. And sometimes you forget about it just for the idea of to sell to somebody and not catering to the idea of what your brand actually was defined from and derived from. And that is something that actually makes you authentic, right? And I think sometimes we forget, even if the pressure is high, that we should a little bit take more responsibility, question ourselves, what kind of responsibility do we have towards because it comes from our brand heritage and from our brand positioning in DNA, and what can we bring back to culture actually to redefine it over and over again. And so you're not a piece of consumer goods, you also have a story and you also a piece of culture. And if you forget that as a brand, it's getting pretty dangerous. And then you get some kind of irrelevant as well, because you're not addressing consumers and mindsets and people's hearts. And people are not just walking wallets, they have feelings and creativity, and they resonate to stuff. So I think that you need to keep in mind. And sometimes right now when pressure is high, I think some brands should rethink this.
I just want to chime in on that. I love what Christoph is saying, because it's the difference between a brand's ethos and sort of their DNA and how they started, right? Which may not necessarily have that cultural relevancy that we are seeing today, that the efforts of diversity and inclusion are calling for. But then there's the responsibility, right? And there's the marketplace that's saying you need to take a second look, right? And so that dynamic is now being called into place and say, well, maybe when you started, you weren't thinking about, everyone else, the inclusion piece. You weren't really thinking about the totality of the market, but now you should, because you do have a responsibility, because there are other groups, other nationalities, other races buying your product.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I think that's a perfect segue, Felita, in terms of some of the work that you're doing with Raise Fashion and getting brands to reimagine their ethos. I believe during New York Fashion Week, you just recently worked with Abercrombie & Fitch to do a capsule collection. Could you please tell us more about what that project was and why did it come about and its relevance in this particular conversation?
Sure. And this is like one of my favorite examples of a brand tapping into its internal talent. So Abercrombie worked on a project called Volume 28 with 3 Black female designers. They were already working on this project. They've been amplifying internal and external Black talent for several years. This is an organization that has owned many missteps in the market, but has decided to right its wrongs. And they have collaborated with Raise Fashion and said, look, we want to go further in our efforts and ensure that these Black female designers are not only provided the internal opportunities and resources, but that the product that they're creating, they're given credit for during New York Fashion Week. We showcased 28 designers in New York City. They wanted to ensure that those designers had space in our pop-up, that they also were given credit in our PR efforts and our media activations, and that they were front and center. These designers ended up in Vogue, Elle, Essence. They were noted. And it really speaks to an organization saying, we will go beyond Black History Month, but we will give the right credit to these designers, the resources, to see the look on these women's faces and that they're standing by the product that they designed, not in the shadows behind other creative directors in the organization, but standing by their work, getting photographed, being interviewed by major editors, was just a very proud moment. And I think it goes back to culture. It goes back to brands taking the responsibility of collaborating internally. Often we think that the step forward when collaborating is, interviewing designers from outside, the emerging designers that are in the market. Sometimes you have talent within, and this is a great example of how they took that step. Really noticed that these women that have been at the organization and amplified their work. I'm very, very, very proud of it.
I love that. And it's so empowering to see a big brand like that just reimagining its contribution and its responsibility to culture. How do we feel about how brands' necessity to continue to empower emerging designers, and how are we particularly seeing that happen here in fashion, and maybe through the lens of street style versus luxury appropriation? I don't know, Christoph, if maybe you want to take that question.
Yeah, I think what I like about if you empower designers and amplify their voices and bring that what their creativity made into out to the public and kind of stage it. I think that is very much needed to stay relevant and to I don't know, to provide some inspiration that the brands need. And so I like the idea of the example that we just seen here and discussed, and all the ideas of it's coming from real circumstances, from real life. So some designers, some ideas, some creatives, this just they just work with the things they have at hand right now, and sometimes they're super limited. And at the same time, you can bring through fashion, through the idea of design, through these nice items, you can express something. It adds to the culture, it adds to the DNA of a brand, and it goes out there and inspires people. And that is what a good brand need. And I think this is especially interesting, how it comes from very real bottom line of the world, and then maybe got into kind of a fashionable and luxury world out there. And this is super inspiring. And I think every brand needs that. So this is where it gets connected.
And Felita, I know in previous conversations, you've really harped on the necessity for emerging designers to, go off in what Christoph just said, really redefine culture based off of the lifestyle that they're living. Could you talk a bit more about how sometimes that lifestyle is rooted in a form of oppression and suppressed by a lack of resources? And how do you see this lack of resources drive innovation, and what should brands be doing to uplift designers while benefiting from their creativity?
Sure. I think for many emerging designers, the scarcity of resources fuels the resourcefulness that leads to this bold, innovative approach that we're seeing at Raise Fashion, whether it's through reimagining accessible materials, remixing these vintage pieces with luxury, or creating trends that resonate with their real life experiences. These designers are absolutely shaping culture from the ground up. And I think brands need to recognize that they can support by creating partnerships, collaborations, and mentorship. I think it's incredibly powerful for brands to understand and take the position that they still, in this dynamic and evolved market, they hold an incredible amount of power to give these platforms and opportunities to emerging designers so that they can continue to sustain their businesses and advance their operations without being exploited.
And I feel like we have emerging designers all over the world. And Christoph, I'd love your global perspective just on this idea of self-expression. I know previously you've mentioned differences between Europe and the United States when it comes to fostering creativity or a brand really championing its responsibility around culture. How do you see these regions diverging in their approach to authentic expression, and what can brands in both areas learn from one another?
Yeah, I think it's really an interesting question. I have the European perspective here. So yeah, right here I'm in Germany, Munich, and of course we stage brands all over the world here at the trade show, for example, and I can see different approaches to different ideas. And I think from my experience, I'd say the more North America you go, I think the more heads and the more brain power and the more creativity goes into what do we do ourselves? What is our DNA? What is our brand defined of? And then I think, yeah, especially the responsible person in the headquarter, for example, they think a little bit more about what brings our brand to life and how can we express this. And I think that is something that I think sometimes a little bit missing in Europe. When I think you can express so much more towards the idea of fashion, sportswear, and street style, whatever it is. And I think this is something where the North American market, for example, is really a nice role model. And we just see that we don't see this as much in Europe here.
So has the battle been won? Is the US winning over Europe then? Is that what I'm hearing?
Maybe in the idea of how to play with creativity and self-expression. And I'd say the US are more bold and more a little bit more loud. And that is what is needed. And I think the European brands can learn from that. I think with the European characters, a little bit more so, walk your talk, but a little bit stay silent. Don't put yourself too much in the spotlight. It can go wrong. So a little bit more, cautious and not so bold, I'd say. And I think we all can use a little bit more boldness and a little bit more inspiration.
100%. I want to touch a little bit on the idea of nurturing talent and building community. And I know, Felita, a lot of your work with Raise Fashion highlights the importance of finding and nurturing talent. And I know it's important for brands to really amplify talent and create space for them, as their own entities, but also within their brands. How do you ensure the community you build continues to thrive? And what does the industry lose when brands divest from these efforts?
Yeah, thank you for that. I mean, we are absolutely here to nurture emerging talent and create this ecosystem where designers can truly thrive. The community that we're building is truly about this long-term support where mentorship and networking resources are truly vital to sustaining these businesses over time. I think when brands and corporations pull back these efforts, it's more than just sort of losing talent. They're losing diversity and a fresh perspective. And so we always really worry about that when we even just read the news about, like, you know, there's a defunding of diversity efforts. Thankfully at Raise, we have committed partners, even more partners than we had last year. And I think that's because our programming is robust. We stay in lockstep with the needs of emerging designers, from the master classes that we have to mental health resources. But when brands choose not to invest, they risk becoming stagnant. They risk not being able to evolve culturally. They risk not connecting to the needs of their consumers. And I think, you know, the loss of that fresh perspective is really a loss for the industry. And so, yeah, I think we lose the dynamic opportunities that I think we've all experienced over the last 4 years.
Mm-hmm. And I love this idea of trying to retain that fresh perspective, particularly that emerging designers and emerging talent bring to brands. I'd love for you both to kind of give us your perspective on this idea of emerging talent. I think at times there's a notion to relay emerging and relate it to being young, where oftentimes talent has been doing their thing for quite a while. So they might not be young, but they're still emerging. Would love to hear from the both of you how you distinguish between young and emerging, and how critical it is for this industry, particularly, to recognize the distinction in fostering new creativity.
I think I can start answering this one. I think when we already talked about this in the rehearsal, I think Felita also said something that sorry to take this away, but it's something that really got stuck in my mind, and that is this phrase energy. And that was something that was really in my head. So yes, of course, it doesn't matter if you're young or old. It's the energy that needs to get out there. That you need to be vibrant, and then you get the vibe out there. And you have so many new perspectives from a younger generation, but they will resonate with energy anyhow. So it doesn't matter when it comes it's not about age. It's actually about the message that you put and the effort you put in your you try to transport the message with. So I think this is something that matters. And for what you said earlier, I think I want to add as well. Yeah, as a brand, as a company, of course you need to make money, but the same thing, you need to stay relevant. So what your job actually is to add to culture is, find these energy and bring it out there, because it makes you stay relevant. It lets you add to culture. It makes you more than just a piece of consumer goods. It's actually something that people will have lose a little bit of heart and emotion to. And this is what you want to stay relevant. If you don't do, and if you cut budgets on those nice programs also Felita talked about, then you lose, I don't know, something of your own heritage, and you lose relevance, and it will, come back and bite you badly in the ass when in 2 or 3 years later. So you will regret this. So don't come back. Don't cut back on those things.
Correct. And I really so appreciate the question, because young and emerging are not synonymous. And when I say young, I'm typically referring to age. Maybe not everyone, but I am. And emerging just speaks to a designer's career stage, regardless of how old they are. An emerging designer could just be someone who has spent many years honing their craft before getting the visibility they deserve. We see this so many times at Raise Fashion. I've seen it many times in my career over the last, I'm not going to tell you how old I am, but a long time in the industry. So it's really about the designer getting the visibility or breakthrough that they deserve. And it's really critical that the industry recognize this distinction, because many emerging designers really have that wealth of experience and creativity that is overlooked, or sometimes the older by age designer gets put into the emerging designer category, and they're missing out on opportunities. So I think by only focusing on age, the industry is missing out on talent with the deep knowledge and the unique perspectives, and also the refined skills that comes with hard work. When you look at the creative directors that are seated at the helm of these major companies, they're not young by age definition. These are seasoned professionals. So I think we do need to understand the difference between emerging, which is often the breakthrough moment. These are designers that have put in the work, they've honed their craft, they're waiting, they're on the bubble, they're about to pop, right? And then young is, we know what young is. Ask any beauty brand. But that's really about that. That's really how I separate the two.
Yeah, it was so important for me to make sure both of you shared your perspective on that, because I think a lot of times people in the room and other just talent for themselves question themselves. And so the distinction is essential to just continuing to foster creativity. I want to remind everyone that's joining us to please put your questions, submit them in the chat. We would love to engage with you and answer anything that you may want to know from our panelists today. We have a few more minutes before we'll take more questions. But I really wanted to wrap us up here and talk about the future. We've talked about the present state, a brand's responsibility to the culture, but where are we going? And Christoph, what do you see as the future, and how can brands continue to champion their responsibility to culture?
Oh, it's such a good question in so many ways. I think there are so many opportunities. Well, I think technology, emerging, and also young minds, like everything is enabling us to get more creativity out there. And I think actually I like to have a positive look into the future and think, yes, a lot of brands, they learning right now in the moment because of the last 2 years, and maybe this year is also a little bit hard, but they see that they need to be different. They see the need to stay a little bit ahead, to inspire. It's nothing is worth if it's not inspiring. And I think the learning curve is now at the end, and therefore the new projects are in the pipeline. So I see a bright future, and I also see something that, especially in Europe, I don't know about the US, but it's called Fight for Talents. And brands now see that they need to make themselves attractive to stay attractive to creative minds, and therefore having good programs like master academies and all that ideas that attracts new talents and emerging talents. And because especially designers, they are not machines, so you need to build a nice environment for them. And I think there's something in the pipeline, and it's getting a little bit better, especially in Europe.
Mm-hmm. And Felita, when we think about the future from your perspective, I'd love to do it through your lessons learned, specifically from the Volume 28 capsule collection with Abercrombie & Fitch and Raise Fashion. How do you see that partnership as a model for other brands looking to build authentic relationships with culture?
Sure. I just want to also say I love this panel and appreciate the dialogue, because I think that if you are the brand with culture, you should double down on it. Like, be the culture, express it, hone it, refine it, and be bold. And if you are the organization that did not start with culture, you are void of it. Follow the model or the blueprint of Abercrombie. Hire it if you don't have it. And if you've overlooked the talent, then think again. Like, double down on what you have. Find their skill set, amplify it, invest in it. And those are two lessons, I think, that really I've been inspired by this panel and the work we do at Raise. You can't lose with culture. We see it in music. We see it in every form of entertainment. You're seeing it at LVMH. You can't lose with culture. So double down on it.
Double down on culture. I think that is the statement and the brand's true responsibility to culture. We have a couple questions coming through in the chat, so I'm just going to throw them out there. Either of you can feel free to answer. The first one, what do you think happens to culture when brands get obsessed with trends? And how could brands walk the line between profit and creativity / a fresh perspective?
Ooh, that's a tricky one. I think, to be honest, when brands get obsessed with trends, they might overtake themselves. So if they get ahead of themselves, it's not a trend. It might be a spark or something, but then you need to, I say, make it attractive to others. And at the same time, for the second part of the question, how could brands walk the line between profit and creativity and fresh perspective? That's also a very tricky one. I think it's okay, really, to earn good money from good ideas and good stuff you bring out there. People live from that. Our whole world, functions like that. But if it's too much, and if it's not real and authentic, then it automatically loses its connection to where it actually comes from, and then it's getting irrelevant. So at some point, and this is why we see brands coming up and then disappearing again, because they might have overtaken themselves. They did not find the thin line between too much on capitalization and missing the idea of the culture here. So this is what happens, I think.
Perfect.
Yes. Felita, did you have any comment on that question?
I think just clear definitions. Culture is not a trend. So that's sort of the difference there. Trend obsessed is really chasing a product that's in demand at that time, and that will ultimately impact profitability at some point. But culture is everlasting because it comes from people.
It's such a good answer.
I mean,
I try.
Felita, we need the book. We need the manual.
I'm trying.
Yeah.
Come on now.
I'm deeply impressed on that answer.
I think we have our last and final question in the chat. And how do you recommend to creatively engage with other sectors, such as hospitality, tying into inspirational and experiential using technology in fashion and through fashion?
Christoph, that's for you. She threw tech in there. She put me out.
Yeah, I'm not sure. I'm not sure actually if I completely understood the question. Sorry, I'm not a native speaker here. But the idea of how I understood is actually, let me answer this like this. I think the good thing of technology, and the good thing when technology stuff like fashion, people who engage in various cultural scenes and circles, I think when all those things come together, those stuff is empowering, and everything is emerging right now. So there's nothing standing alone. You use a lot of fashion, you use a lot of tech in fashion. This is why it's called 3D tech here, right? So you use a lot of technology in other ways. You have spaces, you can stage, you have visuals, you have sensors, you have everything. So actually, to be honest, I think the recommendation is hard to give, but I'd say there are no limits. So use whatever you can use, and it will come out something very good out of it. And it doesn't matter in which sector, in which kind of branch and industry it is. It's somehow we use all the same languages, the same idea of how we feel stuff, how we smell stuff. All your senses are the same. So I think if you put it towards that, it will be a success.
Thank you. And I believe that's our time. Felita and Christoph, what an honor, what a privilege to just have this conversation with you all. I am so inspired, and I'm sure everyone here in the virtual space is just as inspired too. So thank you both so much.
Thank you. It was a pleasure. Thank you so much.
Wow. What an incredible conversation. I think the idea that you can't lose with culture, so double down on it, is something that applies to all of us. And I think the points that were made, especially about culture not being a trend, for me were both very, very important and very anchoring of how the day is going to continue. In that similar vein of how culture can actually be something that's positively transformative and how digital tools are something that can really transform organizations and help individuals for the good. The next speaker that we have is the absolutely fantastic. Do we have her in the waiting room? Yes, we do. Jessica Samgood. For a little bit of context, I heard Jessica speak during our rehearsals, and I was absolutely blown away by the way she told Sam's story. And I'm so pleased that we have Sam also here. So without further ado, Jessica and Sam, I can't wait for you to share.
Thank you so much for that lovely introduction. I'm going to take you on a bit of a journey today on kind of Sam's journey into digital and how using digital has allowed him to access a career that he's really passionate about. So forgive me if I look at my notes, but I want to make sure that I cover everything. So basically, I'm going to talk through a workforce of future employees who want nothing more than to have a job, contribute to society, and have colleagues. To be able to say that they're part of a team, to contribute to meetings and to share in the celebrations and successes, to grow their skills and talents and to add more, to have a job, any job if they can, but to have a job in the creative field, which is mostly unheard of. So I'm going to talk about Sam. He does know that, and he's going to be available to answer some questions at the end. Hopefully he is happy with the way I'm going to cover his story. Let me just make sure that I'm on the right. And why doesn't my presentation want to work? Here we are. Sorry, I'm just going to go back. So Sam and I are going to talk to you today about a collaboration that we've created called NDV. And this is a platform in order to talk about these people who are trying to get into an industry that is very exclusive. And I can speak certainly of the UK, but I know that there are so many of these people who would love to work in a field that they're passionate about, but they're shut out of the workforce because of outdated employment models, discrimination, and stereotypes about perceived abilities and disabilities. So today, my brother Sam and I are going to talk about NDV, which is a brand that we created together, a digital fashion brand positioned to spark conversation, show rather than tell people what can be done, and to highlight the important impact that hiring neurodiverse employees in the creative industries can have. Come along for our journey to learn where it all began. Creativity was a thread that bound my family throughout our childhoods. Through every activity, every trip, and through every lens, we played, explored, painted, crafted, made clothes for dolls, houses for teddies. And when Sam was born, that was no different. With the textile designer for our mum and his two older sisters obsessed with fashion, it was no surprise that Sam would want to join in and find his own path into this form of creative expression. Except Sam faced so many more barriers than we did. As a young man with Down syndrome, it didn't seem as though the education system and higher learning opportunities were there for Sam in the same way that they were for us. While we could take fashion university courses in fashion design, Sam was able to study BTEC in fashion and textiles, which he loved and absolutely excelled in. He created a catwalk collection, he created prints, and all of his teachers were absolutely blown away by his abilities. These opportunities sadly dried up when he wanted to join the workforce, and he found it very difficult to find any work, let alone work in his chosen career, fashion. He settled on being content with the job he found, which involved packing boxes for a logistics company, and he was very happy. And I have to shout out XPO Logistics. They're doing amazing things with working with young people with Down syndrome and other neurodiverse brains. So he was really happy to be part of this workforce, happy to have colleagues, happy to wear his uniform with pride and attend company events. However, his passion for designing never waned. Through some gentle persuasion and proving he could look after it, he was able to buy an iPad Pro with a pencil, a new device that allowed him to design whatever he wanted when he wanted. So here are some of the initial designs he made. These I've chosen to show these prints here as they were inspired by Down syndrome and having an extra chromosome. So although this meant lots of opportunities for Sam, for self-expression, he would often express his frustration to me at not being able to draw the ideas that he had, and would often ask for help bringing his designs to life. So creating different templates that he could draw fashion onto, and different ways that he could kind of produce those ideas. Around that time, our amazing older sister Lucy introduced me to Clo 3D. Ever forward thinking, she had been pioneering it with her own team at Burberry with great success. They were ahead of the curve, with many of her team members mastering it early in 2019 and possibly even earlier. Through some trial and error, a lot of error, and a brilliant summer school at Amphi, I managed to get to grips with Clo and fell in love with the speed, the limitless chances to visualize and be creative, and the chance to do all of this without wastage. It occurred to me that this would be incredible for Sam if only he could grasp the software. Something that is often a decision that is made for people like Sam, people with Down syndrome, is that they can't, they wouldn't be able to use this software or do things like that. So I started off by sending him some screenshots of avatars and thinking that he might want to kind of draw his designs on top, and it would save some time in me creating them for him. So one day we sat down and I decided to see if he could understand the basics of the program. He was very adept at PlayStation and Xbox, so how hard could it have been? We started with block files, and I would share those with Sam, and he would add his own prints, and he would kind of sort of just start playing around with shapes and different things and asking me questions, and making his own adjustments to his designs. When the pandemic hit, I was no longer able to teach Sam in person, and I kind of and incorrectly made the assumption that this would be the end of Sam's journey. However, he had other ideas. I'm hoping this is going to play. So here's just an image of, or a video of Sam kind of working on Clo, but he would initially start making small adjustments to the blocks, creating and importing his own prints and changing out his fabrics. Very quickly, he found that limiting and began experimenting with changing those patterns, adding new features and combining patterns to make new and interesting ideas. Sorry, there we go. Through practice and exploration, Sam grew his own skills. To say he was obsessed would be a total understatement. Sam has spent hours and hours and hours and hours creating. He spent a lot of time on lockdown because he wasn't able to work, creating, messaging me to ask him to demonstrate something or make him a base file. But I have to say, largely and wholly during this time, Sam taught himself. As his proud older sister, I have bragged to anybody that would listen, to the extent that I spoke to my boss at the time, who was so impressed with Sam's design skills and creative flair that she hired him to be an artist in residence. Never have I seen such pride. Sam was thrilled to be able to finally have a job, not only in a career that he loved, but in something where he could really show off his talents and receive recognition. Sam and the team and I all created an ethereal NFT which had the theme of limitless. Sam was able to work with the incredible, indomitable force that is Victoria Modesta and had a great time getting to know her, explaining his ideas, working on the feedback and developing the look further. This resulted in him being able to be hired as a full-time member of the virtual sample making team and working his first full-time job. So we just have another video of Sam kind of working on the NFT. This was a really fun process. He got to kind of develop lots of different ideas. We worked on the ideas of angels and he created prints. We went back and forth. He got to speak to Victoria about kind of her feedback and then adjusted his ideas. And it was really sort of a moment for him to be able to explore really being the role of the designer, and taking ownership of something that he could see from beginning to end. Okay, so then I want to talk about WorkFit and where NDV and our new brand kind of comes into this whole story. So while Sam started his job at, when Sam started his role at Modern Mirror, we had a lot of support from the Down Syndrome Association and an area that they have which is called WorkFit. They are extremely supportive. They will come in, they will train people, they will talk to you about the very specifics of the person you're working with. So not just in general what Down syndrome can mean, but very specifically what it means to each person who is going to work with you. So this started me thinking about different employment models that would open up spaces for people with neurodiverse brains. Those have previously been excluded. And the Down Syndrome Association's WorkFit program really allowed Sam to nourish and advance his skill set and his confidence, and they grew exponentially. Rather than fitting Sam into an existing role, we had this idea of creating a role for a specific person rather than the other way around. And this really helped to shape the perfect position for Sam. This was one that encouraged his development and his progress and made use of his existing skills while building and providing space for him to grow and take on more responsibilities. This was all possible because Sam was encouraged to try new things, learn new software, and grow beyond his perceived abilities. For me, this has kind of sparked the background to Sam and I creating NDV. And I'll go a bit more into that, but this sparked this idea that if we create a brand together, not only does that allow Sam to be fulfilling his dream of being a designer, for us to be able to show off his amazing creative ideas, for me and him to collaborate together, which we love doing. But also I want to use it as a vehicle to have more discussions about the ways in which we can bring people into the workforce. And those are people who are normally kind of shut out from this space. I really want to start planning to invite and include people like Sam at the table. Sam doesn't just bring his own creative genius, but he also brings joy to those who work with him, even outside of his personal contributions. Bringing people into your business who would otherwise be excluded brings so much more than just the labor that they're able to provide. And back to NDV. In its simplest terms, this stands for neurodiverse, but it means so much more to both of us. To Sam, it means he's living his dream every day, and it means sharing his story to inspire other people just like him. To me, it means working with my most favorite person, helping him to achieve his goals, and it means showing the creative industries a different way forward. We want NDV to spark conversation, to ignite change, and to shift perspectives. So, in the very most basic of terms, I'm sure we've all heard the term neurodiverse, and I think it covers a really broad sort of horizon of different things. But I just want to kind of go over our understanding and the way we're viewing it. And in the simplest of terms, it's a way to describe people whose brains work differently in some capacity. So for me, that is ADHD. For Sam, it's Down syndrome. In the past, this has been seen as a barrier, a reason somebody cannot or should not do something. We are becoming better at recognizing how these differences can be strengths. For example, my ADHD gives me the ability to hyperfocus, which is a great advantage when I'm working on something I'm passionate about. However, I do wonder sometimes if I'd had a diagnosis earlier in my life, which I only had last year, would I have been encouraged to work in a different field? Would I have been given the support that I was given to get into fashion? And I think we need to stop deciding for others what they can and cannot do and what they should and shouldn't be interested in, because I think this is something that has really affected Sam. And I know that in general, there are people who are recognized in the workforce these days who have neurodiverse brains. But I think sometimes we're good at encouraging in people who can still offer what would look like a traditional job role or position in a company, while still leaving out people like Sam and his peers. So what are the benefits of creating these bespoke roles and opening up your workforce? So as I mentioned previously, there are lots of different approaches, thought processes, and ways to look at things that can be harnessed by those of us with neurodivergent brains. Not only does providing a role to someone help their dream come true, but it means being truly inclusive. Sam brought with him so many positive effects to our team beyond his creative work. Our team would often say that they look forward to his presentation weekly when he would present the work he'd been working on, because they would love to see his creativity and his very sunny outlook. Always got a smile for everyone. So what does it mean to create that bespoke role? So for us, when Sam came in, it was his creativity and his flair that got him through the door. But once he was in there, we had a good look at his strengths. And obviously it was a benefit that I worked there too, because I was able to kind of help bridge that gap, but it's something that's given me this insight into wanting to help others to do this in their businesses. So we didn't limit the work that he was able to try, and with support we made sure that he could have a go at things while supported at the same time. So I would kind of help step into that middle role. And we made sure to share a personal profile with the team so that they would know any specific support needs and accommodations that Sam would need in order to be able to complete his tasks. So in the very first instance, what can you do today as an employer? There are small adjustments you can make, and these are just a very generalized list. My advice is to speak to people specifically about the adjustments and the accommodations that they would like, because everybody's different, in the same way that people with neurotypical brains are different, so neurodiverse. So you can offer small adjustments such as with sensory needs or sound sensitivity. Sometimes people prefer to wear noise cancelling headphones to be able to concentrate, and they might have other modifications when it comes to uniforms and fidget toys. I mean, you may have noticed my hands fidget all over the place. Clear communication style is always really good too. So avoiding sarcasm, euphemisms and implied messages, and providing verbal and written instructions. Sam, for example, really works well from having a very specific list of step-by-step instructions. And according to the Down Syndrome Association, that is quite common in people with Down syndrome. So if you can teach him a step of lists, he's going to be able to follow it, and very rigorously, apparently. So again, try to give advance notice if plans are changing and reasons for those changes, and never make assumptions. Those are just some very, very brief tips. But what I am passionate about and want to go out into the world to do, and to bring Sam along, is to talk to people in their businesses about the ways in which they can start opening up these spaces and creating roles to welcome in people from a much more diverse background. So I just wanted to shout out a couple of companies who I think are doing an amazing job. So if you're in London and you can, I would very much recommend going and seeking out the Fair Shop Cafe and looking a bit more into their backstory and the opportunities they're providing young people with in terms of training and in terms of then moving them forward into jobs in other companies where they perhaps wouldn't normally get access to those. And then Spectrum Designs, which is mostly employs people on the autistic spectrum, on the autism spectrum. And I think they're also doing an amazing job. And I'm aware that people will probably have questions. So I'm just going to leave our details up here, but also now open up the Q&A portion of this to kind of see if anyone wants to ask Sam any questions or ask us about our experience.
Jessica and Sam, thank you so much for that talk. It was so interesting and inspirational, and I think it really brings to life what digital tools can do past, you know, these more general ideas of making things more efficient. It's actually a way that they can really impact people's lives. Mm-hmm. So I'm going to wait for more people to submit their questions in the chat, but just in the meantime, I would love to know if you have any examples of kind of one of the first challenging experiences you had together when it came to Sam starting in digital design, or just design in general, that you went through together. Because I think for me, the way that you've kind of described your story, that's one of the most inspirational components.
Oh, thank you so much. So, I mean, I will sort of start from my perspective, and then I'll ask Sam what his sort of thoughts were. But for me, what I could see from Sam the most was this extreme frustration at not being able to communicate kind of visually the ideas that I knew he had. And he's always been obsessed with Alexander McQueen, Thierry Mugler, these very like amazing theatrical designers. And it became so clear to me that the way in which he wanted to express these ideas was just not coming through on paper. And so being able to kind of harness this digital platform to be able to do that has been just, it's blown me over, because I don't think even I was aware of the amazing creative designs that Sam had until we were able to like give him this power. So what did you think when you first learned Clo? was there anything you found really difficult? What was the most challenging thing?
The most challenging I did create, it was the sewing.
The sewing, yeah, I think that was that was a bit confusing, wasn't it, to learn how to do the sewing parts?
Yeah, it's a bit confusing. And I did learn to use some different tools. It was free sewing, which is really good. And I did free sewing. I did sew to like a dress to make it okay, to make it large or big or a bit thin, to make this a cradle dress. So I did create some dresses of the designs I made into a dress to make it like something glamorous or something beauty, something most a fabulous dress I did make with the tools.
Yeah, so I think as well, Sam's ideas are always very, as he says, fabulous, like quite elaborate and theatrical. And so when he initially started using the software, those were kind of things that until you've had more experience working with the tools and playing with fabrics and things like that, sometimes it's quite difficult to work out how to recreate those particular ideas. And there's a lot of tips and tricks that I think come along. And I always say this when people are learning, especially Chloe, for the first time, is that over time you build up small like insider secrets, things that you do. And when you can work with other people in a team, you then also learn the different tips and tricks that they have. And Sam's, I guess his like progression through learning the software and getting better at it has just sped up so quickly after these over these last few years that even I will go in, because we work collaboratively. So Sam will work away on designs. We'll go back and forth on inspiration and who his latest muse is. And then I will go in and kind of make edits and align them with our color palette and ensure that everything is kind of working the way it should. But in doing that, like I will go in after, say, a month of not looking for a long time because I've been doing something else. And the speed at which his skills progress, it just blows me away every time, because although he has some experience of sewing sort of in real life, a lot of the sewing and the pattern cutting and all of those elements that he's learned of the software has come just through this Chloe experience. And it just, always blows me away. But I wish I could have found some of his older files, because when I was putting together the presentation, there are just thousands and thousands and thousands and thousands. So it was difficult to find some of the early ones to be able to show the progression. But that's what I mean about this sort of obsession with the creativity of it and the ease at which he can explore an idea and then create different versions of it and so on and so forth. So it's just been amazing to me, and I think as an example to show others about allowing people the opportunity to try these different careers and software and the things that can enable them to work, because I could have never predicted just how much Sam's skills have advanced, even just over these last few years. So for me to decide, knowing Sam as well as I do, that he would or wouldn't be able to do something, it's really sad to me that there's so many other people out there who don't have the opportunity to kind of get close to that because of people's perceptions. So it's just nice that he's been able to get that and progress through it and kind of develop to this point where he's now able to show his designs to the world.
It's absolutely beautiful. And I think we have time for one more question. And I know you already touched on this, but I think in line with what you were saying, we have an audience question, which was, do you have any advice for somebody neurodiverse who wants a career in digital fashion when approaching an employer specifically?
Okay, I love that. That is a really good question. I think, first of all, one of my favorite things about digital fashion is the fact that it's open to so many people because of accessibility now. The fact that you can download a free version of Chloe for a month to be able to see if you can get to use it is fantastic. I think sometimes allowing your work to speak for itself is a really powerful way to kind of get your foot through the door in the first place. But I also think, first of all, I would always be happy to help anybody kind of branch that gap themselves, because I really want to be able to be there as an advocate to kind of step in and show people in their businesses how to do it. So if they wanted to contact me, my details are there, feel free. I would love to kind of help and facilitate those conversations, to be able to sort of say, as somebody who's been through the experience, seen it work successfully, here are the things that I would do as a company, here are the things I would do as a potential employee. And then if you want to be doing it on your own, I would say, yes, let your work speak for itself. And then if you have an advocate that you trust and you would want to be able to speak for you, that's somebody else who can really help you and help kind of put your words together to be able to kind of package to a company what you can offer them, and sort of the roles that you could do within there in order to sort of give that value proposition, to kind of open up their minds of how to do that.
Amazing. Jessica and Sam, thank you so much for sharing your story. And anybody who wants to know more, please check out NDV. Jessica very kindly said that she would be there if anybody would like to continue this discussion, get more practical tips. And Sam, continue the fantastic work.
Thank you very much.
So next up, we have an incredible award-winning fashion designer. She exhibits the most interesting work that combines hyper-creativity with sustainability. And so, Tess Van Zellench, please would you come to the stage?
Hi Danny.
Hi, Tess.
Hi, nice to meet you.
Lovely to meet you too. Hi, Saul.
Hi.
Hey, Sol.
Thank you so much, Danny. Tess, welcome to 3D Tech Fest. So good to
Yeah,
have
thank
here.
you. Oh my God, the previous was so nice to listen to. I was completely in it listening to Jessica and Sam. It was really nice.
I have
So
to be honest,
inspiring.
I got a little bit emotional. I don't know if it's that I'm tired
I get it.
by 3D
get
Tech
it.
Fest, but the planning, but I got very emotional, and I thought it was very cool that we could, have an event that gives Sam a space to speak and to showcase his work. And so, yeah.
Exactly.
But we're also want to.
I almost forgot about our little Q&A, but
I know. But we do want to profile your work as well. But before we get started, there is a video I want to play just to give everyone a look behind your Memento collection.
Good. De collectie Momentum gaat over het artistieke hoogtepunt voor mij tijdens het maakproces van zo'n collectie. En dat gebeurt eigenlijk hier in het atelier, waar ambacht, vakmanschap, mijn team samenkomt en waarin het artistieke hoogtepunt wordt beleefd.
Ik heb Tess leren kennen op het Amfi en vanaf het begin dat we elkaar kenden zag ik dat ze onvoorstelbaar doortastend was.
Ik denk dat het voor mij altijd belangrijk is om ambacht te benaderen op een hele innovatieve manier. Dus te gaan kijken hoe we nieuwe technieken kunnen toepassen om oude ambachtstechnieken weer nieuw leven in te blazen. Speciaal voor deze collectie hebben we gewerkt met oude maatpakken, gekregen vanuit Munro Tailoring. Die hebben wij helemaal uit elkaar gehaald en uiteindelijk weer in elkaar gezet als nieuwe designs voor in onze collectie. Daarnaast hebben we ook nog met andere materialen gewerkt, waaronder de koffers van Noordvie. Dat zijn geretourneerde koffers die we uit elkaar hebben gehaald en weer eigenlijk geupcycled in nieuwe couturestukken.
Vanaf het begin had ze haar eigen handschrift. Ze weet wat ze wil. En ze krijgt alles wat ze in haar hoofd heeft, krijgt ze op een gegeven moment voor elkaar. En dat is geweldig.
Ik denk dat dit de allergrootste collectie is die ik ooit heb gemaakt. Nee, ik weet dat dit de allergrootste collectie is die ik ooit heb gemaakt. En we gaan deze collectie natuurlijk lanceren. We gaan dat doen op zowel Kopenhagen Fashion Week als Amsterdam Fashion Week. Ik vind het heel bijzonder dat ik daar ieder op zijn eigen manier een verhaal kan vertellen over deze collectie. En ik vind het ook doodeng.
I hope everyone could
right.
have read the subtitles, right?
I know. But I mean, we're here to do a Q&A with you. First of all, I just want to say congratulations.
Thanks.
I know this was a lot of work, and I know you just showed at Copenhagen, Fashion Week, and you recently showed at Amsterdam Fashion Week, and we appreciate you, being with us. I first learned about your collection in May when I found out that you were designing on one of Al-Anon's digital avatars. But let's talk about the creativity in the collection first. What was the original idea behind the project?
Well, the initial idea of this whole collection, the collection is called Momentum. I just also explained it in the video, but just a quick recap. It's about my artistic highlight within creating a collection. And that's not per se the finished product that is on a runway or for a photo shoot, but it's actually when it happens in the atelier, working together with my tailors. I've been working with the Al-Anon forms, the physical ones, already for some years. So it's always nice, the magic that happens in the atelier where you can see crafts being made, innovation techniques being used, and the team debating about where we're going next. And I think especially for this collection, it was quite new that every look had its own size. So that was completely new for us. And because of that, we also decided to develop one look completely from a digital perspective first. So there were a lot of first new tech things that were happening within the collection that I really wanted to highlight also during the whole presentation.
Absolutely. I mean, let's talk about that a little bit more. I know inclusivity and working with different sizes was a big theme of this collection. And you talked about developing one look digitally in a size 44 before creating physically. I know you talked about it, but why did you choose to, switch your design process around? But I find it's really interesting. I'll just give some context because we have a lot of companies and, apparel product development teams who work in the physical and are making that digital sort of leap, but you wanted to start backwards. You wanted to start with this look digitally first, being a couture designer, and then bring it to physical.
Yeah, I think especially, there is one thing what I always try to do with my couture, and that is to make it more sustainable and more accessible to a wider audience. And we do that with a lot of different projects, different strategies. But especially why I choose to start digitally, because I really believe that also developing something digital is a craft on its own. And me as a creative person is always super inspired by people that are mastering different kinds of crafts and how it can affect my creative process. So I really wanted to have a size that I am not trained in. Like I did studies a long time ago, and I was very traditionally trained, only women's wear in a size 32, I think it was still. So very old school fashion design. So I really wanted to see what would happen if I would start with a size 44 instead of designing something from a sample size and scaling up. And also how it would affect maybe my creative decision making in the rest of the collection, and how it could affect other parts of it or certain constructions of my tailors. So I think that was mainly the idea why we started it. And it also happened like that. Like we had a completely different angle of looking at proportions on sizing, and I think that was really helpful to, and also fun to sort of do that experiment together with a whole team that is basically quite traditionally trained, and we're only trained to develop something physical. So yeah, it was a nice sort of interaction going from digital and then to physical instead of the other way around.
Absolutely. And here's the look for everyone in the audience. It's really cool. We love this so much that we wanted to use it as our key art for 3D Tech Fest this year. I don't know if you guys have seen the many emails that we've sent out, the promotion that we had, but we sort of saw the design, and the theme for this year's was the physical, digital evolution. And so it just kind of clicked and made sense. And so Tess was so gracious to let us, have our fun with it and do a little bit of experimenting on our side with our avatars, and use a little bit of AI, our marketing team to sort of bring that design to life.
Looks really cool.
Yeah, and sort of use it for the campaign. On this note, were there, what were the key advantages, would you say, to doing this digital creation first? Like, did it allow, you said you were talking about a little bit more experimentation, but did it also introduce any unforeseen limitations or challenges?
Yeah, well, I think one thing for sure is that working with a size 44, it's just a different way of approaching a design. And I think designing something from a size 36 and then scaling it up until a 30 or up until a 44 doesn't work. Like, proportions are different. You have to have a different way of looking at the design. So that was really helpful, that I could right away start on the perfect size 44. What was also really beneficial is that, and I also heard it in the previous talk, is that you're able to sort of visualize your idea quite, I wouldn't say quick, but the alterations that you want to do, and like you're trying to sort of really visualize your design on a model. That was really helpful for me to right away do that. And in the traditional way, you would of course draw a pattern, make a sample, try it on, go back and forth. So also the whole sustainable aspect of not creating a sample at all, but developing the design from A to Z completely digital, and then made it physical. That was also something that would really be, we are really happy with that worked out like that.
Yeah.
Our challenges were way more in, okay, maybe we pushed it a bit because the whole design is basically a corset.
Yes.
And it has bonings in there, and it has lacing in the back. And I'm quite known for all my details and crafts and sometimes historical constructions that I use. And there you could see that this is really future thinking tech that we're using with. And that sometimes didn't really align together.
Right.
But it was also interesting to see how we could solve it.
Right. For everyone in the audience too, I know when you say you were working on the digital, just to be clear, you had the digital avatar size 44, but you also had the physical mannequin in the same size.
Yeah. And that was, in the end, was that very handy for us. Whenever we were happy with the digital design, of course, then actually came the second phase. Like, okay, how can we make this a physical design? And that was the most fun, actually, to see how stuff that worked in the digital world worked super nice, and then it was not really fitting in real life or with the real model because the length was different or something like that. So it was a nice interplay, and it really taught us a lot about how to use this in our benefits.
Right. I mean, the precision of fit and sizing, right, of your collection.
Yeah,
absolutely.
Definitely.
I mean, really fun question. Did any of the models wear the look at your shows?
Yes.
How was that?
Yes, that was really, really nice. It was, of course, a bit like fingers crossed. Hopefully we did all the construction nicely and the sizing, but it fitted her perfectly. We showcased it here actually on two models. On the left, you can see Zelma. She is quite a famous actress from Denmark who walked the Copenhagen Fashion Week show for us. And all the way on the right, you can see Brigitte. She's a model and based here in the Netherlands. And she did the Amsterdam Fashion Week for us.
Wow.
And both of them rocked it. So
Amazing.
It was really cool to see how it ended up perfectly on their bodies.
No, absolutely. I mean, the detail is crazy.
Thanks.
No, congratulations again on both shows. Let's move on a little bit to the future. I'm curious, having now worked, in digital design and, having a couture background, how has this experience inspired your future collections? I know you need a much needed break and you're taking a holiday. We talked about that.
Yes.
But do you plan to integrate more digital tools into your design process moving forward?
Well, it's actually funny. I don't know if I ever told you, but I did like sort of studies in Clo long time ago when I was studying. Then I sort of like lost it a bit. And now I'm slowly, because of you guys, because I'm working with the physical Alphanon forms like the mannequins.
Yes.
I'm sort of starting to implement it more in my design process. And as far as now, I'm using it as a digital tool to make my creative process more sustainable. That's how I look at it now. But I can really see, like last year I did something super small with it, but I can really see it growing and having a bigger impact on my creative process. So I'm just very much, if there's a new technique, a new way that you can implement as a traditionally trained designer, always be open and try to make it a better process, more healthier process, and always try to learn new things. So yeah, I don't know what the future will bring, but I am very much excited to develop this even further because I love the process.
No, absolutely. And I love that sustainability is a really big theme for you. I mean, I think here is very clear how you were able to, focus a little bit of that. Having done digital and physical, do you see, digital to physical methods reducing waste in fashion design? Like, I'm curious, you only had to build this look once, right? So it massively reduced any wastage.
Yeah. Sorry, I didn't really got your question.
No, my question was, sustainability is really big for you, and having tried the, digital to physical method, do you think that this will have an impact on reducing waste?
Yeah, of course. I think, like for me, I see myself more as a designer that inspires and want to sort of spark a conversation about showing how you can do fashion differently, and especially on the couture level where I'm operating. But I think if you see this in the entire industry of fashion, and they would implement it even more and would not go completely digital, but just have the sort of interplay between digital and physical, I think that would be the solution for a lot of problems and also for a lot of waste that is still happening in the industry, unfortunately.
Nice. Well, listen, Tess, we really appreciate you taking the time to sort of, join us and talk a little bit more about your process. And thank you again for letting us, use the avatar. I didn't know that you had a background in Clo. But good to know that you used it for this project, and great that we were able to connect you and get you all set up, between the Clo, the avatars, and the mannequins. I can't wait to see what you do next. Is there anything coming up next that we can sort of keep an eye out for?
Let's see. Well, we just had the 2 big fashion weeks, so yeah, indeed, holiday first. But within 1.5 years, my brand is already existing for 10 years now.
Wow!
So I think we're gonna do something real big then. But we're only gonna do nice, new, creative, innovative stuff that's coming up.
Nice. Well, I think we have a little bit of time for some Q&A. So let's see if we can take some questions. Are you okay with that?
Yeah, of course.
Perfect. Let's see the first question from the audience. All right. So this is a question from how do you go about working with avatar in bigger sizes, especially with limitations in avatar size, and how can you edit them? And are these digital limitations that don't allow much size exploration?
Whoa, this is a good question, because this was actually something that we run into during the development of our design. There was this, we also developed above the corset like a blouse. Yeah. And there was something that I wanted to have like quite a high collar, like a high stand. Well, as you can see, if I'm now already doing it, you can go pretty high. But with the digital avatar, we couldn't adjust the length of the neck. So it was not really fitting. So we adjusted it afterwards. So there is definitely some stuff in case of sizing that sometimes limits you. But I also believe in the fact that it shouldn't stop you. You can also use your imagination, like right. And I think it should it also inspired me again to go back and forth from digital to physical again, and then something new came out of it. So I do believe that there is still some limitation in the digital world, but it also gives you loads of benefits. So I think if you just take the benefits from the physical part and the benefits from the digital part, then you have a sort of really nice mixture of both worlds.
Absolutely. And now that you mention it, I do remember getting an email about neck sizing the avatar. But to your point, this was a creative solution around it.
Yeah.
Great. Tess, I think that'll be it for us. Thank you again so much.
Thank you.
It's been an honor, and thank you again for trusting us with your designs and allowing us to run with it and have it be the hero key art for this year's campaign. And we can't wait to see the 10th anniversary collection, which I'm sure is going to be really special. No pressure.
Thank you so much. Yeah. Thanks, guys, for having me.
Take care. Bye.
Bye.
All right, back to you, Danny.
Saul and Tess, thank you so much for that conversation. I absolutely love Tess's work. I think it's gorgeous. And I love how the implementation of digital tools has really allowed her to make her craft more advanced, also simplify certain elements of it, and also, as we were discussing, make it more inclusive. Next up, I'm thrilled to be having a conversation with James Joseph, who is the founder and editor of Cyber Magazine, as well as one of the people in the space I actually enjoy talking to most. Hi, James.
Hey, how are you?
I'm good. How are you?
Yeah, not bad.
So I actually have a copy of Cyber, I can see it's over there, from a past issue that James very, very kindly featured me in. And I remember finding his work back in pre-2021 when I was starting in the space, and already he was profiling people who were pushing not even the future of fashion, but the future of culture, the future of technology, and also doing it in ways that were incredibly innovative. And I think James and I have both been on this journey where we started in this space early, we've seen ups, we've seen downs, we've seen more than we should have seen in the last 4 years. And we both have this mission of really pushing the cultural space and bringing technology into the cultural space. And we're always in these dialogues around what that means, how it could be improved, what's restricting us, etc. And so that's what we're going to take some time to riff on today. So with that in mind, James and I had a conversation a couple of days ago about this idea of algorithms and the current internet moving us away from high quality culture. So I'm just going to let James start talking about that, let everyone in the audience know what you see as high quality culture and why you think the current state of play in the cultural sphere is not aligning with what you perceive as high quality.
Sure. So, I mean, I think it's becoming a trend. I don't want to say it's my phrase, but the low value content is really how I kind of dictate what we're talking about here. And I think that we've seen over past maybe decade, but I feel like the last 2 years has accelerated a lot, where culture is really being diminished. It's like a race to the bottom. Like trend cycles are over before they begin. And it really kind of concerns me about how the direction that we're going in. Obviously, TikTok drives this. And it's kind of, we started seeing that kind of reaction video stuff 10 years, like 5 years ago, but it's becoming a point where there's a reaction of reaction of reaction. And it's really becoming a problem that's becoming culture, and we're not actually creating high value content and high value culture. And it's difficult to see it happening. And there are those kind of greats of media that luckily advise me and advise us, who are worried about it too. And when they see what we do, they're excited because they want to kind of have this high value culture thing. I mean, actually, someone said to me the other day, who was a big part in Tatler at the time. It's funny to reference Tatler, but give me a second. Like 10 years ago, that really was a place that people went to elevate themselves, to make themselves more intelligent, to learn more about culture, to learn more about brands and high life and high society. And it's creating those communities that really elevate people instead of essentially brain rot, which is kind of what's happening. And I feel like we need to turn it around and see how, and it's not like AI obviously comes into this a huge part, but you can see AI as a tool, not the answer to badness. Like, can be used for good and bad in culture. So we can talk about that for sure. But that's kind of like where I sit at the moment. And then I'd love to talk about like what we do and how I feel that pushes high value content forwards.
Okay, so you gave me a lot to dig into there, but I think the thing that I'll just start with is, you say there's high value and low value culture. So what value do you think people are trying to get out of culture? What is the value?
I mean, surely the value is to drive society forwards, like always. Right? Like I feel like that's what culture is, right? Like, let's not go, I'm not going to go back thousands of years, but if you think about Egyptians, Romans, Greeks, etc., like I feel like it's what defines the era. Personally, I think the difference is I just love to see creativity and people being original, and I think at the moment we're really struggling to see that. I don't think it's like the AI stops that. There's a guy who's absolutely incredible, CJ Vega, who I think who creates incredible work. A good example is he built the entire Jay-Z retrospective for the Brooklyn Museum in New York. Incredible guy. And he just created a film called Gen Synth, completely in AI. It's like an anime style film, and it's beautiful. It's brilliant. Very, very high quality, and creating high quality culture because it's come out of his brain. It's very original. It's creative. He's got his narrative, his storyline. And actually it comes from a place of, I think, I don't want to misspeak here, but I'm pretty sure that it was inspired by the fact that a lot of his friends were getting lead poisoning back in the hood, and the whole film revolves around that. And there's a lot of info about lead poisoning and things like that in that film. And I just love that. And it's for me, and maybe I'll get kickback for this, but for me, that's high value culture and content compared to a very demure meme that lasts 3 weeks.
Okay, I love that. And so when you differentiate between high value and low value culture, is it that things that are high value are pushing society forward, things that are low value are not pushing society forward? Or is it that things that are low value are pushing society forward in bad ways?
No, I don't. Like, that's the thing about art, right? Like, it doesn't matter whether you like it or you hate it. It's just whether it actually has impact, right? And I think that's, I mean, hey, maybe I'm wrong on this, but I do like the very demure thing. I think is interesting because, again, it's that thing of what value is it really bringing to anybody? There's no impact of it. Now the creator, incredible. They've done an incredible job, and they now can have a platform to speak about things that actually have impact, which is amazing. But I'm just concerned that like that's the way it goes, and I want to bring back the creativity of people like CJ and people that really can show us the way forward.
Okay, so as that as kind of an anchor, and it doesn't mean I'm not going to push you on more conceptual things, but tell everyone about cyber. Tell us about cyber, how cyber in your eyes has been and is endeavoring to continue moving society forward, and what it means to do that in this day and age, and maybe even versus when you first began.
Yeah, I mean, for me, we have this tagline, which is cutting edge creative with cutting edge technology. So we're absolutely pushing the boundaries of what's possible. And again, we're tiny, so we're very scrappy. You know how scrappy we are. We're very scrappy with what we do. And I think you mentioned this to me earlier, actually, but I think it shows with just who wants to get involved with us. So the last major thing we did was with Julia Fox. And we took her, we set fire to her, we poured glowing chemicals all over her, we used Tesla coils on her. There's a list that's pretty endless. We 3D scanned her, we took her in photogrammetry, we created CGI, then off that CGI, we created AI off that to create this whole experience of her. Her excitement during that, especially the digital bit, actually during the photogrammetry, she was probably the most excited. I don't think she'd seen anything like it before. So that to me is like trying to use technology and tools to really push the boundaries of what's possible. And I get frustrated. Like I've just been talking maybe a little bit negatively about some creators or some TikTok stuff, but I'll do the same about big corporations, which is that if you see, I I'm not going to forget who it was now. Was it Dazed or was it Elle? It was Elle it was Vogue who shot Bella Hadid at her ranch, at her boyfriend's ranch. They traveled all the way to her ranch and then they shot it on a white background. Why travel to the ranch? The creative was so dull. And then Rosalia was shot, I think, for Dazed or Elle. I'm pretty sure it was Dazed. Again, on a white background. Like, you take Rosalia, one of the most influential artists of our time, and that's what happens. Like, the dilution of creativity and of culture at the moment is staggering. Like, and it's because like the editor-in-chief's getting too involved and he's egotistical, or the advertisers are too involved and this is happening, and things are so fragmented. Like, the internet's so fragmented, right, at the moment, that people are scared about pushing the lines and the boundaries and the creative line. So what happens is we get all these magazine covers with white backgrounds of people, especially at the ranch. That still blows my mind that you took a whole team and hundreds of thousands of pounds to a ranch and then shot on a white background and just built a studio inside of, like, crazy, right? Whereas what we do is we really try and allow the creators and the creatives to take full control. When we shot Julia, yes, I was highly involved, but I said to Leander Healer, I have one rule, which is if it can't be shown on social media, you can't do it. As in, if there's too much nudity, then that's the only rule. That was it. That was the direction. And then I let her run with it because she's the incredible creative that she is. There's no point in us like taking lines and attitudes from our advertisers or from us, or like, it just dilutes the process. And I really want creators and artists to have like the full expression that they can actually have and deliver that on a platform, which sometimes you can't on social media, especially because there are so many rules and dictations on that as well.
So I think this is a bit of a leading question because I think I know the answer to it. But do you think celebrities like Rosalia and Julia Fox, etc., want higher quality content?
100%. I mean, you know who this is, and I can't say it publicly, sorry, because it's not been shot yet. But we've just confirmed what I would call a big Gen Z figure. She has 20 million followers on TikTok, and she has 6 million on Instagram. And she's so excited to work with us and do a cover with us and etc. And honestly, that comes from the treatment. I really believe that. Like, you know, me being, you know, I could sit here and say that cyber's great and massive, etc. But like, the reality is, compared to larger entities like Condé Nast, is very small. But I think that these, you know, she's got such big reach, but she's so interested in doing this because she wants to push the creativity. She wants to push culture at that level, because that's who these artists are, truly. The same thing goes with Grimes. That we've done so much with Grimes over the years, and she gets so involved. I remember the last time we did something with her, we did cover and an issue. We did a lot of AI work. It was just before she was launching AI. And I'm not sure you know this, actually. Obviously, everyone else doesn't. But the back cover, she asked, we were basically designing back cover for her. She wanted to do something advertising her Elf Tech AI. And eventually she just texted me and she was like, can I design it? And I'm like, yes. And she wanted to use Midjourney and another few other tools to design it, just to do it herself. And I thought that was incredible. So I just let her do it. Like, yeah, sure, go ahead, design a back cover, do what you want. Like, take over the whole issue for I care. Like, you use your creativity. And she was so involved in the process and wanting to create her own artwork and put it in. And, you know, even the interview that we did, which was her being interviewed by the AI, which was trained on her. So it was like her interviewing herself, which was crazy. The amount of involvement she had in that, and the amount that she didn't want me to change it or edit it, or even some grammatical errors and even certain things, just because the artistry in it, she was like, this is a story piece, this is an art piece, I don't want it to change too much. And I just think that those figures really, really care about the creativity and the culture that goes into things, that's been diluted elsewhere.
I mean, I think few things speak to the fact that the work that you're doing is so craved by people who are in the spotlight, people who are creative, than the fact that they're choosing to work with you over these big magazines when, and hopefully it's will change in the future, but you have less of a budget. You're not offering them flashy perks. You're basically offering them, I can give you the best content. I can push I can show you what the future of this is. I can challenge the way you've created before. And I think that's why cyber's so exceptional. And I know we're a little bit short on time, but I think for my final question, in this age of algorithms and low value content, from where you've come from over the past, X amount of years building cyber, where are you going to be going? Where are you going to be pushing it? And how much is the direction that algorithms are going in going to be informing the direction that you're taking?
Yeah, I mean, for those that don't know, I used to be at Garage Magazine, which was a pop culture magazine, really, like huge artists, huge celebrities, Beyonce, Kendall Jenner, those kind of people, but merged with as Fisher and Jeff Koons and those artists. And pop culture is really interesting because we've kind of neglected what truly binded everybody, which was pop culture, because really it's just popular culture. And we're getting so fragmented that it's kind of losing the unity that we had. For me, what I want to build with cyber, and you know this a little bit, is to create a platform that allows creators and creatives to have intellectual expression and creative expression at the top level with the freedom to do so. So without platforms deplatforming people or the fear of free speech, etc. And additionally to that, with kind of trying to, this is a difficult one, but trying to get around the whole government thing as well. I mean, I think there's a few things there that are going on. We've seen with Telegram, etc. in recent days. The Meta AR situation is fascinating and very difficult for creators. Like 600,000 creators lose their income overnight is crazy. So to try and give a platform that supports that community and that ideology, that can't be taken down, that can't be played with, that won't just turn around and say, oh, do you know what? This doesn't really fit our budget metrics for the year. So that job that you had that you were really enjoying creating and doing AI filters for brands, you can't do that anymore as of tomorrow. I think it's really important for that to be built and that to exist.
I completely agree with that. James, I honestly could continue this conversation, I think, for many hours, because we have done this before. But thank you so much for coming. Thank you so much for sharing. I would highly advise everyone to check out Cyber. I think not just because James is on stage, but I think really it creates one of the highest value content creation platforms out there, both in terms of who they feature, the way they feature them, and also the accompanying writing. And yeah, I can't wait to see the way that you build the future and hopefully actually manage to build a platform that preserves as well as furthers this creativity. So thank you so much, James.
Thanks, Danny.
So we are going to be continuing that, continuing on this vein with another brilliant panel. And so I would love to welcome a panel on how AI-driven content accelerates innovation in product development.
Yeah, thank you. This is actually Chad Malley. I apologize. My colleague Joel is sitting next to me. We're in a conference down in DC, so we figure we'd just share the time.
Fantastic.
I know we only have a few minutes to go through the material, so the way that we're going to break it up is that we will try to cover off on the kind of pragmatic view of AI in 10 minutes or less. And then Joel will kind of reinforce some of the concepts and where maybe you can do some experimenting with product development and AI services that are publicly available within those environments. So in terms of the 10-minute structure, I think it's hard to have a conversation these days without AI coming up. And there's often misconceptions of what AI really means. So want to just quickly break that down, talk about some key considerations. We'll talk about target use cases for AI services in fashion and product development. And then, as I mentioned, my colleague Joel will jump into a live environment just to showcase examples of where you might be able to experiment with some of these public services. In terms of AI, I think the most important takeaway, regardless if you agree with this definition or others, is that it's really about taking very large computer systems and algorithms and processing power to replicate human behavior, human intelligence, and to provide recommendations, tags, discovery, natural language processing, search, and discoverability. Within artificial intelligence, there's a number of distinctions of breaking it down. For purposes of today's conversation, it doesn't matter, but I do reference this because there's a lot of confusion as to, is machine learning artificial intelligence? In reality, it's a subcategory of it. It's a distinction or potential work stream within the artificial intelligence umbrella. When you think about the predictions that are associated with artificial intelligence, there's two real data sources to familiarize yourself with. There's the generic services. These are publicly available LLMSs or other services that crowdsource different vocabularies, different data sources to provide predictions that are fairly general. And then there are ones that you train against your business vocabularies, against your specific business insights. And there's different value associated to it. And this is often one of the areas of misconceptions that I alluded to earlier, is understanding what predictions you can expect from these services depending on the authenticity of the data source itself. Just to put that into perspective, if you think about crowdsourced services that are publicly available, they often come back with commodity level data. In this particular 3D rendering, it's tagging and classifying it based on clothing, outerwear. There's maybe even a little bit more direct information around puffer jacket, that it's associated with fashion and that it's potentially water resistant. However, when you start to get into more specific data sources and training those services to understand the image detection and the different correlations of machine learning, you can start to identify the brand, the style of the particular image, the SKU information that may be associated with the particular category, and then even more formalized insights such as sustainability indexes. So as we think about the key considerations of AI, particularly around product development and fashion, there's benefits that need to be understood. That obviously with AI and the processing power that's associated, you can process through huge amounts of data. It can detect patterns and trends and relationships that otherwise would be very difficult to recognize. It is something that affords companies to do more with less resources. It also fosters this notion of experimentation and transformation, which eventually provides an ROI. But it's important to note that ROI studies, justification summaries, aren't immediately available because it's unknown as to what type of results you can expect given those different dynamics that I've already alluded to. And then obviously, because AI is viral, there is a push for adoption that is off the charts in terms of very high C-level sponsorship top down, also in terms of every vendor representing their point of view around how these technologies can be applied against various companies' use cases. Challenges are that it's difficult to understand and validate the data sources. There's so much obscurity behind how these services are leveraging algorithms, the type of predictions they're representing, and what data sources are providing those predictions. AI doesn't contemplate judgment, even though that it's replicating human behavior. So you have to apply some level of imagination or creative assessment as to whether you let the service run autonomously or not. AI requires training and governance. It's no different than any other enterprise technology. You can't apply it without having some sort of program and oversight and boundaries around it. AI is not autonomous, and it's not necessarily cheap, even though it's publicly available. So again, one of the things that we mentioned in our abstract is that most companies don't have unlimited budgets. They don't get the discretion to invest in technologies without having a business case to support the ongoing investments that's required to move these things into production. AI is not very well understood, as I mentioned in my introduction slide, so therefore context has to be applied with those experimentations and ultimately how it's manifested across your different use cases, work streams, or different functional groups within your organization. So in terms of target use cases, particularly around business development, I break them into operational and then functional. Obviously, from an operational perspective, there's pattern development, there's design training and efficiency recommendations, there's trend analysis. There's certainly things you can put around cost controls and forecasting for sample management. And then there's obviously assessments around environmental impacts, particularly around sustainability initiatives. On the functional side, obviously you can have content recommendations, creative services for inspiration, suggested color patterns, obviously discoverability. If you have a content archive or image repository, the ability to find, recommend more like this, and validate some of those operational things in terms of preferences, in terms of well-performing garments from previous seasons. Authoring in product descriptions in terms of suggested recommendations that can provide copy for your websites, for your consumers. And then obviously personalization based on previous purchasing behavior, based on navigation on websites, and suggested products based on any information you have about your consumers from a loyalty perspective. And then obviously everybody's familiar with the chatbot assistants, which kind of goes back to the previous session where they had talked about authenticity and low value algorithms that provide certain suggestions based on what's seeing in real time. We're going to go into the use case illustration now, and just from a perspective of trying to put a visual context around this. And then obviously at the end, I can come back and answer questions specifically around how some of these things apply and what is really an honest assessment of how these can be applied without, the promise of just open-ended predictions and experimentation.
Okay, great. So I'm going to get out of here, and then you should see my application. If my head is on screen, you might want to just zoom into the screen because the text is relatively small. Okay. So I'm going to show a quick demo example of, in this case, AI sort of helping a designer find ideas for materials for like a style that's in development. Now, I'm not showing the super attractive generative AI for 3D, the photogrammetry scans, the neural radiance field, Gaussian splats, all these terms. That certainly has value, but we find sort of near term helping to accelerate existing work processes are more likely to generate an AOI or an ROI. So how do we help accelerate the overall supply chain and sometimes more sort of mundane business operations? So what I'm going to do is jump in here, and I'm going to do basically an AI-based search. So there's a lot in this demo. I'm not showing 99% of it. So let's say that you're searching for content. Now, of course, in an environment like this, you can search on metadata. You search on all the data that we have about that asset. But in this case, I'm not going to use any metadata. Let's pretend you didn't have any data. You didn't even have a file name. And you want to be able to search for content based on its actual content. So what I can do here is in this semantic search panel, what this does is this uses a large language model to match the text that's right here that I just pasted with the large language model's understanding of content, how it visually interprets it. It's kind of gestalt, if you will. So I run a search and I get some hits. Let me go into a different mode here. Okay, so I ran that search and I get some hits. So let's say this is the imagery. And obviously this isn't the absolute best content that we could show you. If we were a large brand and I had thousands of assets, it probably look a little more realistic, but just bear with me because I'm really just trying to show concepts here. So I get these hits. So these are obviously like a bunch of lifestyle shots, right? And let's say I look at this one and I go, well, that one looks kind of interesting. This looks like a style that might use a material that I might be interested in. Maybe, how it drapes and all that kind of stuff, right? And so I go, okay, that's interesting. Now you'll notice we do have metadata, but let's pretend that we didn't. And I was able to find this just based on that. So now I say, this is interesting. I'd like to see more content that looks like this style. So now what I can do is I can use this tab here called More Like This. Now what I'm doing is I'm abandoning my text prompt And I'm asking the AI to say, show me other images in this case that look like this image in your eyes. So, you know, maybe broadening it out a little bit. And of course, there's controls, and you could have like sliders and things to control how much. But conceptually, I now get hits that are visually similar, at least how the large language model sees it. So now you see there's a few more here that didn't come up with my long form prompt. And what I'm trying to get at here is you're using AI to get from kind of creative ideation, as opposed to trying to use sort of hard data that you may have in your organization. And so it can really help you find, it may be things you remember from styles a couple seasons ago or something like that, or it may just be wide open. I'm looking for ideas that fit these kind of characteristics. Okay, so I get these hits here, and let's say I look at this one with his arm behind his head, and I go, okay, that looks like the type of material that I might be interested in. So now I'm looking at another asset in the system, and now what I'm going to do is I'm going to transition from using kind of sort of vague AI data and how the AI sees these different assets to using hard data that we have in our system. And one of the points we're going to make is that when you have systems that are integrated into your supply chain, you can smoothly transition from sort of AI-based associations to kind of hard data associations. So what do I mean by that? So when I look at this shot, I realize that it's linked to a product. So down here, it says to logo T. This is like your PIM data or your MDM data or your PLM data. So I can click on this and I'm seeing the actual product data. So this is product data that lives in your adjacent product data systems, whichever ones I just rattled off the acronyms. Now what I can do is I can see this and go, okay, now show me the actual assets that are linked to this based on, you know, what's in those product data systems, the relationships that are established. And now I see, for example, a whole bunch of assets in here that are linked to that particular product, that particular style. So down here, you'll see I have a 3D render. So I click on this one. Okay, that looks interesting. That looks like the design that I might be interested in, or at least checking out, or at least getting more information for. And so now I've got my 3D render here. You can see it's linked to that product. And, you know, I've got different slices and renders and things like that. But obviously this is 3D. So this had to come from an actual 3D design at some point. So what I say is, where's the parent? Where's the actual design file that this was created from? And so we have this other tab up here called used in compound. And what it means is what compound asset, what full-scale native design with all the subcomponents and pieces did this derive from, essentially? So I can say, what compound was this used in? And now I go to it and you'll see it looks very similar. It's obviously a render in a particular colorway of this overall design. And so there it is. And now you can see that I have, that I have all the components. I've got the actual browseware file. I've got a bunch of different renders. I may have 2D renders. I may have ideation and briefs and sketches and things that were used earlier. And I also have all of my PLM data here, right? So like this is the actual hard PLM data that's related to this. So this is pretty cool. I could download this. I could work with it. I could open it in browseware and see what it was done, but we can go even one step further. And I can see the actual materials that were used to create this. So here, this is obviously a basic example. I've got a fabric, I've got a trim. I click on this fabric. Now I'm looking at the actual original fabric scan, the U3M file, and all the textures are all here. And I can say, is this a material that I might be interested in using? And I've got all my PLM data here, including things like environmental certifications, production dates, inventory. So your hard constraints, when you're actually building something, you have these hard constraints. So this may be interesting aesthetically that I want to use this, but now I can say, is this really valid? Can I actually use it? So that's kind of the flow. We're going all the way up the supply chain from lifestyle photography all the way back up to the original 3D design content that was used to ideally create those products, which are eventually shot on models. And we're able to transition that because we're using AI in a system that's already well integrated into the overall supply chain. And that's what's really, really important. So, when you kind of step back, and what Chad was talking about with ROI, these are real world activities that are very difficult, or at least sort of onerous to perform, while you're just sort of poking around in folders and sort of guessing and trying to find things, contacting colleagues and saying, remember that style, whatever, 2 seasons ago, that sort of thing. That's real world ROI. So, no matter how impressive these sort of attractive AI capabilities might be, it has to be tied into your overall business process to generate value. So a lot of the thought leaders in the DPC world, and this is illustrated in the recent Interline report on AI, they all say teams must be experimenting with AI. Absolutely, it should be experimenting. And the testing is fine, but attempting to use those kind of tools, sort of disconnected one-off tools in actual production workflows, probably won't actually result in faster production times. There's too much manual file transfer, there's errors, there's picking up the wrong versions, there's missing components, and it's all disconnected from your PLM data. And these tools are also make it so easy to create. I'm talking about the generative tools now, the Meshy, the creating 3D designs from 2D sketches. People like me, who I'm not a 3D designer, can create tons and tons of content. So it's also creating a lot more content to manage as well, especially during the ideation stages. So to measure a real ROI from AI tooling, it has to be integrated into an actual sort of content platform. And that demands a platform that's flexible enough to be able to leverage AI in different places. So we configured it to use for this particular search, or for that particular search, or for this particular link relationship. And you have to be able to play around with it. And that's where the experimentation comes in. But it requires a platform that's configurable enough to cost justify the effort. So as leadership asks for a demonstrable ROI from AI tools in production, it's going to probably remain elusive if it's just a patchwork of manual tools versus part of an integrated end-to-end supply chain. So I will kind of tip it back to both of us, I guess. And
yeah, stop sharing and let's see if there's questions or if we're out of time.
Hey guys, thank you so much for that presentation. It was incredibly informative and incredibly thorough. And I think people really, really appreciated that. So we have one question from the audience that I can see, which is around the software platform that you were using in that demo.
Yeah, so we should have probably prefaced in our introduction that we represent a software provider company. So the software we were using was the Nuxio platform, which is an offering from our company, Highland Software.
Beautiful. So perfect. So that was the main question. And thank you so much for showcasing that. And I think it's especially useful that you have a tool that can do everything that you already showed all of the designers and creators here. So thank you so much, both of you.
Yeah, the only thing I'd say in closing is obviously the software that we were showing was the underlying management of the files and the assets that Joel was representing. The services that we were using were actually public source LLMSs, which Llama, Bloom, and there was one other one that I think, Dolly, I think was in the demo itself. So hopefully that helps for people that may be exploring in their own right.
Fantastic. Chad and Joel, thank you so much for taking the time.
Thank you.
So after that incredibly informative session, I am thrilled that I'm going to be introducing Jenny for a panel on creativity, fashion, and mental health with Fashion Enter ROS. So a little bit about Jenny before.
Danny, sorry. So sorry. No, we're up to Tapestry and Coach with Brandon Keeney right now.
Sorry, my agenda is completely out of whack. Let me go to that. Beep, beep.
Beep, beep. So sorry about that. We are running a little bit off schedule. So thank you for your patience, everyone who's with us.
So apologies for that, everyone. So actually, we now have a very exciting panel, which is going to be on digital materials, AI, and identity. And so this is
Right.
one of our, this is one,
Sorry.
sorry, it's 3D Design for Infinite Possibilities.
Yes.
With coach. Sorry, everyone. So what we're going to have in this presentation is we're going to have a showcasing of a create one, use many strategy, and how Tapestry embraces and leverages 3D tools for different types of digital design.
Hi, everyone. I apologize in advance. I was having technical difficulties, so I'm going to say next slide for each slide, so bear with me. So I want to start by reintroducing myself. I'm Brandon. I'm from New Orleans originally, and I went to the, oh, sorry, next slide. I'm Brandon. I'm from New Orleans originally. I went to the Savannah College of Art and Design for interactive design and video game development. I wound up going into fashion, and my journey was quite interesting, so I'll kind of share a little bit about myself. I've been doing 3D for a very long time, more than 10 years, and how I got into it was at the age of 14, I stumbled upon a game called Second Life, which I was probably way too young to play, but in this game, my avatar was a cat, and I kept seeing lots of people with personalized avatars that had fun outfits. And since I couldn't buy any clothing myself due to my age, I explored Second Life's in-game 3D modeling toolkit, and I attended free classes in the game and started building clothes with basic shapes like spears and cylinders. So this kind of led me to create original NFTs. I opened my own store, and eventually I earned lots of money to spend in the game. And it was an incredibly rewarding experience, and in a sense, a catalyst to my 3D career and in fashion. Next slide, please. So I've included a few examples from two of my earliest ventures. It was incredibly young. I was incredibly young at 14, and I clearly lacked a vision at the time. I was selling digital assets for what amounted to 25 cents each, and there were days where I would wake up and I would find that I've earned $50 to $100 overnight. I used that money to buy various animal avatars from this virtual world that I loved, and that experience taught me early on about the concept of passive income from digital assets. It eventually carried over into other games like Roblox, which I also had my own in-game clothing line made with Microsoft Paint, which I brought me in a lot more money, which I then invested into other NFTs, creating a cycle of growth. And when I turned 18, I didn't know what I wanted to do in college, but I knew that I was very good at making money online, doing my passion at the time, but I was really bad at not spending it. And when I realized I could cash out the money that I earned, my first cash out was 100,000 Robux, which equated to about 350 US dollars. And I used it to buy a Wii U to play Mario Kart, as I was an impatient kid and my parents wanted me to wait for Christmas. Another perk was I didn't have to work because I was able to fund my own joys at the time. I eventually came to the realization that this was something that I wanted to improve at, and I found my calling for 3D. And I chose video game development because I wanted to be versatile. I wanted to learn animation, programming, and everything that went into creating a 3D experience. And game development allowed me to do that. And because I went to a fashion college, I also took some fashion classes as well. So this was more than a decade ago. So just imagine what today's kids are doing who have far more access to 3D tools and platforms than I did. They interact with 3D every day. But shifting focus now to why I'm here today, I'm currently the Senior Manager of Digital Product Creation at Tapestry. Next slide, please. I have been at Tapestry for over 6 years, and if you're not familiar with who Tapestry is, let me show you this quick video of our brands. I believe there's sound as well. I'm not sure if I can. Next slide, please. So in an industry where creativity moves markets, innovation becomes one of our greatest assets. It can help us solve problems, fix pain points, and anticipate business needs. Not to mention, we live in a digital world, and to move at the speed of the consumer, we must be able to deliver dynamic digital assets when and where they are needed. And to meet this challenge, Tapestry leverages a co-create, create once, use many mindset. And today I will share how we co-create with our internal teams and external vendors, and how our digital assets are leveraged across our brands, product categories, and business use cases. Next slide, please. Our mission is to build a Tapestry DPC Center of Excellence serving all brands and product categories. And to accomplish this, we act as digital influencers supporting the advancement and use of DPC technologies throughout Tapestry. We share our DPC capabilities internally with cross-functional partners with a test and learn approach, leading pilots, POCs, and trainings. We partner externally with vendors, bringing them on the DPC journey with us. And we participate in industry events, including today's 3D Tech Fest. Next, please. We're part of product development, and we work with product development and design to create accurate digital twins. We create digital twins for every product category and brand, enhancing efficiency and creativity throughout the company. And because our digital twins are so accurate, they're in high demand, and we receive requests from all of these departments. Design and PD for innovation and communication, both internally and externally. Internally for decision-making and externally for communicating how to make the sample and product. Merchandising for decision-making. Global visual experience for pop-ups and social, the photo studio for our website, thinkcoach.com, e-commerce for external websites, thinkamazon.com, data science, which has amazing data, but they need visuals to marry with the data, strategy, which is digital assets for focus groups and maker sites, and sustainability, which would be Coachtopia, which I'll share in greater details later in the presentation. And for all of these reasons, the need for digital assets is skyrocketing. Next slide, please. You may be asking, why do we use 3D in our workflow? So speed, we're able to develop assets in-house and collaborate. Agility, we can quickly make changes and innovate the product. Accuracy, a picture is worth 1,000 words, and it's even more effective when communicating design intent through a digital twin of a product. This becomes especially powerful during global commercialization where language and interpretation can be barriers. Cost effectiveness, you get reduced prototyping costs tying into speed and faster design iteration. And sustainability, so you get the reduction in carbon emissions through reduced travel for design teams and shipping costs for actual product plus more, which I'll share later. So if you have a library of accurate 3D digital twins, those can be leveraged in numerous ways. Next slide, please. And our biggest challenge today is having enough 3D assets. So in the middle is the 3D model of the Tabby 26, but we need to create all of these SKUs of the Tabby 26, so we need to find alternate ways to get the 3D assets we need. We're always researching new technologies to use, and one of our approaches is the idea of co-creating, where we partner with various teams to create 3D assets for their needs and ours, as well as we can leverage our vendors for various product categories that already use 3D. So how can we get 3D in a non-3D artist's hands? We've adopted Adobe Substance, which is helping us create SKU-level assets, and since the Adobe Substance workflow is so close to the standard Photoshop workflow, this allows us to introduce 3D to non-3D artists, allowing them to interact and potentially develop their own SKUs in 3D. And with Adobe Substance, the asset is no longer a picture or a video to them, it becomes tangible and editable. Next slide, please. So here's an example of one of our hero styles from Coach, represented as a 3D model. And because my team is based in product development, we're able to really hone in the accuracy of our models. On the left is what we would call a digital salpa, and the right is what we would call our model that was fleshed out with textures, colors, everything in Substance Painter. So what can we do with this model? Next slide, please. So Coach has a global visual experience team that handles the creation of fun pop-ups and experiences. We're able to hand off our 3D asset, in this case it was the Quilted Tabby 26, and they're able to create bounce houses, cake molds, popsicle molds, and many brand experiences that can engage the customer. These are some of the most exciting projects we get to work on because it's always fun to collaborate cross-functionally and see what we can create together, put out in the physical world. But not only can this asset be used physically, It can obviously be used digitally as well. Next slide, please. This one model of the quilted tabby 26 has been crucial in Coach's recent marketing campaigns. It was used by external artists and vendors to create detailed and visually appealing content that attracts a lot of engagement on social media, which increases our campaign's reach and effectiveness. So let's take a look at each of these. So by incorporating 3D models into marketing, we're not only showcasing products, but we're offering innovative, engaging, and sustainable ways for our customers to experience our brands. Next slide, please. So let's talk about DPC product categories. Next slide. Here's some examples of what we do for accessories. So we have an extensive library of digital assets for our brands that's growing every day. So pay close attention that some of these assets have stars on them. Next slide, please. With Co-Create, we're able to develop a single source of truth that can be turned out into many variations of SKUs, building up our library. And here you can see a salpa of one of our footwear models turned out into a variation of different colorways. Next slide, please. We support ready-to-wear. Next slide, please. As well as I threw in some hardware, jewelry, and special accessories for fun. So here's an example of our 3D models on the left, and to the right is the real sample. And because we have a growing library of 3D models, next slide, please, we're able to contribute to this kind of experience. So you may have seen stars on some of these models. We were able to develop and contribute some of our assets from our library to Coach's Global Visual Experiences Gaming Initiative with Zapito and Roblox. Coincidentally, though, I was traveling abroad during this project, the one that would have been a full circle moment for me. But my team handed over the assets amazingly, and a win for them is a win for me. Next slide, please. So let's talk about the next topic, which would be Coachtopia, which will tie into sustainability. Next slide, please. So if you don't know what Coachtopia is a collaborative lab for innovation within Coach, founded with a mission to accelerate our transition towards a circular economy in fashion by rapidly prototyping new products, processes, and ideas. Coachtopia reimagines waste as a valuable raw material and works backwards, crafting our products from recycled, repurposed, or renewable materials and designing them to live multiple lives with clear pathways for take-back, reuse, and recycling. A major talking point of 3D digital twins is sustainability, so we're able to rapidly prototype and iterate on designs while turning out SKU-level assets before the products are even made, going along with the whole circular craftsmanship, saving in material waste, carbon emissions, and getting you to a sample quicker. Next slide, please. Our Coachtopia assets are used for marketing as well, and a lot of the times they are created by external vendors and very talented individual artists that take our models and create these awesome clips. So the two on the left are our latest featuring our 3D asset that were animated by talented artists at Brawl House. The first two are meant to represent how lightweight the bags are. So let's take a look at these. Next slide, please. So let's transition quickly and talk about 3D printing. Next slide, please. At Tapestry, we have really impressive 3D printing capabilities. And if you're curious about the benefits of 3D printing, let me break it down. So the time it takes for a DPC to 3D print outsoles and uppers is 1 to 3 days versus the factory, which could take 15 days. So you get a faster, enhanced visual for communication and decision making. Costs. It avoids minimum charges, import taxes, and tariffs on samples. Sustainability. You get reduced sample waste and shipping emissions. Innovation, you get the ability to experiment with ideas unavailable traditionally due to cost and time. Next slide, please. It can be quite costly to develop a mold, and any change made to design requires a new mold, even something as minor as stitch scale. So with 3D printing, you can significantly cut costs and iterate on your design. So here's an example of co-creation where we leveraged our vendor for their 3D model. The designer wanted to see the C embossed, and in the final product, you can see that they went with a debossing effect. Next slide, please. For the runway show, design wanted to experiment with the use of charms. So they used 3D models and printed them at various sizes and scales for design to play with placement on the runway bags. And here you can see the final result during the show when our Empire bag came down the runway with several of the charms. Later, we were able to 3D model the bag seen here on the right with those same 3D charms. Next slide, please. So today I've shared the Tapestry DPC workflow of ideate, innovate, and co-create, and how we develop all with a create once, use many mindset. I've enjoyed spending time with y'all here at 3D Tech Fest and want to thank the team at Alvanon for inviting me. So I hope you were inspired by what I've shared and would be excited if you take away something that will improve your DPC workflow. Thank you.
I especially loved hearing about how you started off as a digital designer and seeing your work and how that led you to Tapestry. Really, really cool.
Thank you.
I would also, so I think we'll see if we have any questions from the audience, but what I would absolutely love for you to shed some light on is what Tapestry will be building in the future, kind of the way that you see the direction of the company and the biggest hurdles for digital designers you are working to solve.
Ooh, that's a good question. I think getting people used to the democratization of 3D, kind of getting more people to interact with 3D. So one of the things that we've been kind of doing is with Adobe Substance Painter, it's so similar to Photoshop. So we've been kind of like sharing it with different design teams. We have some of them who really love it and some who still, don't quite get it, but kind of democratizing 3D is a big one.
So another question I have, which is from my personal experience, before I was in digital fashion, I used to work as an innovation consultant, and we would go into these big corporates and we'd be trying to convince them to adopt novel technologies. And it's often a very, very hard thing because you have some stakeholders really want to, others who don't. So what would you say really is the way that you position Tapestry when you come into companies like Coach? How do you get them to buy into Tapestry in the future being digital?
Yeah, I think having a team kind of dedicated to like assisting and helping out at all times, that's kind of where we come in as the digital influencers. So when we show them Substance, our whole team is pretty much dedicated to trying to kind of help them get used to it and learn it. But yeah, I think having somebody like a dedicated user that can help out in that process.
Yeah, I totally agree. Sorry, Karen.
Sorry. I was going to say that sometimes it takes time. A lot of kids, especially like this younger generation, they grow up with iPads and they're interacting with 3D every single day. So a lot of them already know how to use 3D models and make 3D models. So they're going to grow up already knowing it and they're going to hit the industry very hard.
I totally agree with that. I'm watching my cousin play Dress to Impress, and then I'm like, I'm trying to play Dress to Impress, and my person is just like off, like wandering around. I'm like, I work in this industry, and like, I can't even navigate this. So I think that's a very, very important selling point. We have 2 questions now from the chat. The first one is, how did your game development degree aid your career?
It definitely, because I think originally I was kind of brought on for my Unreal Engine experience. I think they were doing some experiments, and I remember I made like a kind of like a hardware, what we called a hardware refrigerator. It was kind of like a test to see if that would be something useful, where we could store old 3D hardware, and I did it, but it kind of never took off anywhere. But that was kind of my first initial thing, and I think it just kind of having the like vamped up 3D experience helped me kind of become flexible. So our team has kind of changed a lot over the years, and it allowed me to be flexible and get used to changes and innovate. There's a lot of fun things we're doing, and I'm excited about.
I love the refrigerator term as well. It's just like, it brings such a funny image to your head. It's fantastic. I'm going to take the 2 final questions that we have quickly before we go on to our next panel. So the first question is from Tia, and it's, do you see demand of having digital garments and games rising? And in your opinion, is the demand coming from fashion or gaming as we're seeing this growing demand?
Yeah, for sure. I mean, gaming is a form of entertainment. It's interactive, so it has a lot of engagement. It's one of the biggest forms of entertainment. A lot of Gen Z kids, they have access to games more so than ever because you can play AAA games on your phone now. So I think it's coming from both, but I think that the younger generation, because they're so used to, personalizing their avatars and the various games, I think that they're going to grow up and they're going to want more digital assets. So I do think it's going to ramp up.
I completely agree with that. And especially after the Roblox developer conference and everything they were saying there, I think we're going to only see this gaming demand rise. So Brandon, I've just been told that was the last question we can take. Thank you for such a brilliant and thorough presentation.
Thank you.
Sharing your insights, sharing your story. We really, really appreciate it.
Thank you.
So next up, we have our largest panel of the day, which we're very excited about because we have 4 experts coming to stage. What we're going to be talking about is new horizons for fashion, digital materials, AI, and identity. And we've got Pedro from ASVOF, which is an incredible fashion film festival, which is one of the most notable in the industry. We have James from Republic, which is a virtual fashion house. We have Ashley Alves, who is an innovative fashion designer and sustainability expert. And then we have Dr. Giovanna Graziosi Casimiro. Lovely to meet you all.
Hello, everyone. And also we have Alexandra from STEAM. And
we have Alexandra, yeah. even better. So we've so many fantastic panelists.
Yes, Danny, thank you so much. Today we really have incredible people, most of us dressed in black, but Ashley is with a black background dressed in brown.
Yes.
Alex, thanks for joining us also. I will be the moderator today, and we have incredible professionals. We have here in this team today professionals that are experimenting a lot, but also we have people that are developing infrastructure solutions like STEAM technologies that are going to learn more today through Alexandra. And I'm honored to be with all of you here. Ashley and Pedro actually are part of the MBA program at EFM, where I am a professor and researcher. And James, you and I go back in time for a while. So let's start a quick round of introductions so you can introduce yourself. And I'm going to go through whomever is closer to my screen here. So start with Alexandra. You go first. Quick introduction before we dive into the questions.
Hi, well, thank you so much for having me here today. It's lovely to meet you all who I haven't met before. So I'm Alexandra, and I'm the co-founder and CEO of SEAM Technologies. So SEAM is a digital fashion platform where we offer the best solutions that exist in the market right now for traditional fashion brands, including AR try-ons, creation of digital twins, game skins, CGI videos, and digital product passports. So it's a one-stop shop solution. And we've been running the business for over 2 years with more than 30 brands on board right now. And we'll be happy to share the expertise and our news. Thank you.
Amazing. Thank you, Alex. Pedro, you're next.
Thank you, Gigi, and everyone here. I am Pedro Guess. I am a digital innovation director and also social media director of I shared video on Fashion Film Festival, and also a student at l'Institut Français de la Mode here in Paris.
Fantastic. James, you're the next.
Hey, Gigi, thank you. Lovely to meet you all. Thank you for having me. So I am the founder, creative director, cleaner, chef, pretty much any other thing you can think of at Republique. We are, for those of you that don't know, we're a virtual fashion house. So we launched, in fact, we're just under 5 years old. Blimey, we've worked with Dior, Jean-Paul Gaultier, Coach, ASOS, Disney, Moschino, the list goes on. We do digital stuff and fashion things, the same as everybody else here, and enjoying it and carving out a new industry subsector, whatever you might call it. We've done stuff in the metaverse, been gaming, AR, window dressing. Yeah, there you go.
That's great. And we're going to have questions about how you really see the market. I think you have a vision of someone that has been doing a lot of projects. Then you and we shared some of those. So I'm sure you tell a lot of interesting things for us. So thank you. And Ashley, last but not least, our Cruella de Vil here.
Yes, my name is Ashley. I have over 21 years of experience in the fashion industry as an innovative designer, an entrepreneur, a creative of with multiple talents. I've held positions in dynamic aspects of every little part of the industry, from color, print, design, sourcing. And also in the last 12, 13 years, my specialization has been on sustainability. So sustainability being my main focus in regards to influencing the sustainable initiative by influencing it with opulence and elegance, and more so in the luxury market. And I am a student at the Executive MBA program in Institut Français de la Mode. And the last 6 years, my focus has been on AI design. 3D modeling I've been doing for quite a long time. I'm probably one of the first beta starters with that. But yes, that is me.
That's fantastic. So let's dive into our questions. And today we're going to be talking a lot about 3D materials, 3D fashion, but also identity, inclusivity, and accessibility. So I would like to start with James, because he's a big OG in the space. So, so James, let's start with the question, because you have been working with 3D fashion for a long time with a company established in that particular realm. So my question is, what drove you to really start your business when you started? What kind of opportunities you saw? And do you still feel those opportunities are in the market right now? If not, what shifted?
Okay, wow, that's a big question. So, my background, so I'm a fashion designer of these things, real clothes. Remember, we used to buy these. So I started life off as a fashion designer in the real world. I'll be honest, I was never that good. So thought, maybe I should try and change and find a niche somewhere else. Back in 2018, my son, who was then about 14 or 15, lived his life on one of these devices, the same as every other teenager. And I was noticing he was spending more time and effort and money on dressing characters on these devices than he was in the real life, in the real world. And it kind of opened my eyes up to, I guess, gaming initially, which I always thought was this kind of geeky thing that teenage boys locked themselves in their bedroom and did on their own, kind of a bit of a loner kind of activity. But it's opened my eyes up to a whole new world that I think is largely, although it's becoming more and more so, untapped market for brands, allowing them to reach new consumer segments, new target audiences. I don't like the word groom, but groom consumers for the future to buy their in real life products later on. And gaming is something that, as I said, now I think is far more mainstream than ever before. We've all got mobile devices, whether we're playing Candy Crush at a bus stop or whether we're fully engrossed in a kind of platform game. We're all gamers to a greater or lesser degree. And this new breed of Gen Z, Gen Alpha target audience don't know any different. it shocks me that my team, who are all under the age of 25, were blown away when I bought a CD player into the office the other week, and had never seen one of them before. And you know, so we've got a whole new generation that are living their lives on devices that are fashion conscious, and in fact more so than ever before, but not in the real world. They'll go to the supermarket in a pair of sliders and a t-shirt that's got rips and holes in it, but where they are socializing with their friends, with their peers, where they want to express themselves maybe in a slightly different way, online, digitally, that's the opportunity, I think, for brands today. And in the just under 5 years that I've been running Republic, we've grown as a business. We've grown pretty much 100% year on year in revenue, which tells me that every year more and more brands are getting into this space, and it's growing and growing. Gigi, you know, I mean, Roblox is what, 75 million daily users or something ridiculous? That's mad.
Yeah, no, it's insane. 250 million a month. Well, if you go into that data, it's insane. 22 billion hours spent inside Roblox too today. Just talk about that impression, huh, for a brand.
So, but one of the girls who works for me, she was looking at her. I mean, she was spending 7 or 8 hours a day in there, and still holding down a full-time job, I might add. You know, this is their socializing. So I would, in days of old, I'd go to a nightclub or a park or somewhere with friends. That experience is now in a digital online environment, and that's for brands, for designers, huge opportunity.
Amazing. And I think that what you were saying is also connects a lot with the idea of like digital products. And I would like to actually bring Alex to that, because Steam, her solution actually has integration directly with cross platforms like Roblox and Zepeto and the Sandbox. So I think that when we live in a world where the 3D assets, they actually unleash multi-functionalities to physical products, we discuss a whole lot of other angles on what is 3D beyond the 3D prototyping, right? So, Alex, I would love to bring you here quickly and ask you a question. First of all, how do you see solutions like SIM impacting the 3D asset creation? But also, how do you see the future of business of fashion impacted by such solutions, you know, where you integrate products, you have the digital product passport now, and so on?
I think it's very important to say that we still have a long way to educate brands on how they can actually use that. Because we all here, we know very well how big is the gaming market, that it's only growing, and that will not stop. I mean, I play games. All my friends play games, and I'm not even Gen Z. So I'm a millennial, yeah. So what I want to say is that every day I kind of have this experience with brands, and we show that, okay, we can digitize your physical garments, or we can create digital items on its own. And there are several ways how actually you can benefit. You can monetize in that, first of all. You can tap, I mean, a huge amount of new people. So it's important to lead them through this whole process. And I think what we have now, we still have digital and physical as two separate things. And I think in the next 5 years, or more realistic 10 years, we will not probably have those two terms brought separately, but it's all just going to be fashion. That's going to be part, it's going to blend. And I remember we were explaining to brands that this is not a digital solution, sorry, it's a phygital solution where we blend those two things. And hey, with 3D garments, you can, first of all, reduce production. You can use AR widgets to engage with your audience. You can use AR lenses and digital twins for people to make pre-orders on your future collections without producing them prior, without having all that extra stock left. We can do it for you, or we can educate you how to use those programs. Plus, it's a separate topic, but AI is coming into place for 3D modeling. And that's going to be really helpful in the next couple of years. We're working on that program. A lot of companies are. It's coming out there. Just give it a year or two. So there are a lot of ways how you can monetize it. You can create game skins from digital items. You can sell them on those platforms. You can tap that 70 million audience of Roblox. and more. So yeah, I believe that right now we're showing it step by step how to use it. We're showing how to monetize, how to engage with new customers. And we're showing that it's very important that you're on time with that, because the new generation, they are already there. They're not just, let's say, a physical persona like we used to be when we were kids, right? Just shopping and going out there in physical stores. They're experiencing a whole new lifestyle. I mean, they're constantly on their phone. I mean, we all are. They're in virtual realms, and virtual realms are not just metaverses, they're games. We're all there. We're online. We have a virtual persona, let's say, and we need to dress that persona. We need to use it. So I think it's going to all blend together, and we're just going to call it fashion, and those technologies will be part of the normal process.
Yeah, and that I think it's a very on point understanding of what is going to be the future of fashion. We see the movement happening, but I think what we yet don't have is full accessibility. And we're going to touch a little bit on AI. But I think when you talk about inclusion and accessibility, I would love to bring Ashley, because also she is an AI artist, designer, but she has been really working on making technology accessible and fashion accessible. So maybe Ashley, on like really taking the hook from what Alexandra said, because if you're going to have a future where things are digital, and that's the fashion, right, for us all, how do you see 3D or tools like AI 3D being really mediums to include more people, to make those technologies accessible, and how that's going to change fashion in a way for you?
I honestly believe that it's going to be a streamless interconnectivity because, like Alex said, that the newer generation, they're spending more than 50% of their time in these virtual atmospheres. So I believe that maybe in 10 years from now, our physical wardrobes will be decreasing, which is sustainable, which is very sustainable. We're going to more traditional pieces, but also we'll also have a wardrobe that's 50% virtual. And that's how we're going to show up in the virtual world, because it's about tribalism. Of course, we want to show up in the physical world as we show up in the virtual world, and vice versa. But I really feel like 3D innovations are only going to grow in progress in this area, especially with AI advancements, and allow these same consumers that grow up with the ability to live in these realms and understand personalization and dress X and everything. They're going to really go into this co-creation mode as well, which brands have to be ready for. But I really feel like it allows the consumer to take part in the creation process. It eliminates all the barriers in regards to leveling the playing fields for designers all over the world, being able to create something and engage with something and actually be able to sell their product online without having large blockchain systems in place. Anybody can do it if they have a computer. But also in regards for the consumer, it's limitless possibilities in regards to gender, size, abilities, physical abilities, elements. It really opens up a whole new atmosphere. So I really believe in the next 10 years, the landscape is going to look vastly different, like Alex said. Maybe even for the slow adopters, I would even say that they're going to come to this rationalization that they're going to have some virtual pieces for themselves, even if it's just to add conveniences to their daily life. Like, for instance, you go for a jog in the morning, you don't change your clothes, but you have a Zoom meeting, you want to look presentable for your boss, and you pick something out of your virtual wardrobe to have like a nice chic blazer on during that presentation. It's the same thing. So even the smaller adopters that are saying like, oh no, that's just way too in advance, I can never see myself living in a virtual portal all my life, they're going to even come to a rationalization that there's a need.
Yeah, that's true. And I think that one solution that actually we saw recently on the Snap lenses event that they launched was an AI component to the lenses. So now you'll be able, like as a user, you'll be able to actually prompt it and generate an augmented reality lenses. So I think this sort of automation really brings to the most basic tool possible, the interaction between a creator and the tool becomes about the creative process, not about the tool complexity, right?
And with the AI portion, a lot of people are just changing their clothes with Outfit Changer. You know, like they put themselves like a picture up and they want to use this shirt and they just switch them and it effortlessly works. So AI has a big part with that too, in regards to designers. Anybody can be a designer with AI. it's very inclusive in that way. If you have two ideas or you want to test an idea, AI can give you a presentation of that idea within a matter of seconds to see if it's feasible.
I love that. And I think that that brings Pedro to the stage because he is involved in AI fashion film category as the creative director and working with that. And I think what Ashley you were saying, it also means that when in a world where AI is so accessible in terms of tool and also will work with 3D and AI, curation is quite important, isn't it, Pedro? Like, how do we select, how we define what should be legacy, what is just prototyping? So I would love to hear from you your thoughts about AI applied to technology for fashion and how you see AI and 3D getting together.
Well, AI is revolutionizing the fashion industry. We know that, from generating fashion films to creating hyper-personalized shopping experiences. I like how AI sparks curiosity for designers and creatives to explore new creative horizons. As we know, it's being used to analyze consumer data, predict trends, and foster sustainability efforts. And for me, AI is not just a tool, but a partner in creativity that enables experimentation with digital aesthetics and narratives. Especially in the AI fashion film category, I co-curate as part of the Achieved Beyond Fashion Film Festival. And this is the second year we present the AI-generated film category here in Paris. And this year, I co-curate this great project alongside Daniel from Red Eye, and also we have a great jury. Gigi, you are part of our jury, and I am so honored that you are part of it. AI, artificial intelligence itself as well, she or he or it is part of the jury. Last year, I asked AI for its top 5, and yeah, I mean, AI can be like that can give you like an answer regarding like the film. Well, I will mention like all of the jurors, but submission deadline is last day of September. We have received great submissions, and I think fashion films through AI and digital tools represent the present. Somehow, in a couple of years, we will look back and consider all these great digital tools we have today as part of history, I guess.
That's great. Yeah, I'm excited. You know that Ashley and Pedro, we talk a lot about AI. So I think we're all trying to understand where is the conversion, but also where it's really going to stay. Because one thing is the hype, but then we know that those hype cycles are also based on technology being incorporated into the daily lives. Well, we have 5 minutes left, so I have one final question that it will be the same question for you all, and I'm going to start the same sequence: James, Alex, Ashley, Pedro. The question is, among everything you have been seeing on 3D and the trends with AI and AR, you can choose which one is your most interesting one. Which one is catching your attention and why?
Wow. So for me, it's not necessarily a particular trend or anything. It's just the way the market is transitioning. So if I were to say that when Instagram was launched, we all became photographers. When YouTube became a thing, we were all videographers. I think AI enables us all to be fashion designers, quite frankly, and it's putting I think there's going to be a shift of power, ownership, I don't know what you'd call it, from brands to creators. I guess influencers is what you would call them in a social context, but where we are able to design our own clothing, create our own wardrobes, create our own, freedom of expression through outfits. And I think that's a significant shift that the industry's never seen before. It's an industry that's always been driven by brands. It's always been driven by, brands and Vogue or whatever it might be. But it's, we've always followed the trends. Actually now, as consumers, as creators, we can create our own trends, So I think that for me is the biggest shift.
And it is a political statement too. I love that, James. Thank you. Alex, you.
Well, I actually partly agree with what James said, and I completely agree about the shift towards the creator side, and that we are going to create and we are going to lead the trends ourselves because of those technologies. But what I'm also excited about is, again, about how that technology is shifting right now. I think in digital twins and AR technologies, one of the main problems is that the technology doesn't look as realistic as it will look soon. So people are not adapting to it as fast as they should. Brands are not, because they try on items, they create those things too complicated, not realistic enough. And I'm really excited to see how actually now we are having a shift in those technologies. They're becoming better and better in a very actually fast pace. I mean, talking from the developing process of it. And I think it's exciting to see how that is going to change in the next couple of years, and how brands are going to adapt to those technologies. They're going to use it more. And I'm really excited about customization and AR. That's one of those trends that I'm looking forward, and I see a lot of interest from brands. Because, again, going back to the sustainability, to the waste reduction, that is really important. That is really important for production.
Yeah.
Because
100%.
with that technology, they're going to produce less, and the customers will buy more. So here we're talking about value for both sides. So that's what I'm excited about the most. Not talking about digital product passports. That's a separate topic.
Yeah. No, but I think that's a very good point. And yeah, looking to the market, how it's going to be absorbed, that's 100%. Ashley, you know.
Sorry. Something. Sorry, my microphone. But yeah, I'm really excited about the AR. I'm really excited about digital garments. I feel that brands need to see them as being an additional part of their bottom line. As we all gear more towards sustainability, looking to understand that even though you may be on a degrowth production wise, you are on another growth in another sales channel. Also, for my own personal uses, I use AI more so for bio-inspired fashion, biomimicry. So I like to fuse it's very opposite, that I take nature and put it into technology to create the ultimate genius idea. But that I really am very excited to see more innovation in those areas, and in regards to AR being more realistic as well. And I feel like I'm very personally excited about the physicals, the physical and the digital combinations. And I think they have a lot of legs in an industry that right now, if you talk to certain business strategists, that it's like evaluated to be 55 billion by 2030. So I mean, I think it's very profitable for the bottom line.
Amazing, Ashley. Pedro.
Yes. Well, for me, AI generated materials and biofabricated textiles are incredibly interesting. They offer possibilities to customize materials in ways that were impossible before. However, equally important is the work of independent young designers who are deeply conscious of environmental impact. They often focus on reusing existing garments, combining innovation with responsibility. They are the ones who use digital fashion the most, not only as a tool, but also as the final product. So for me, these digital and physical approaches positively impact fashion by promoting a circular economy, reducing waste, and offering brands a more sustainable, honest production cycle. So I see a future where consumers co-create their garments using AI, making fashion a deeply personal, interactive experience. I mean, I aim for regeneration, innovation, and personalization.
Incredible. Well, unfortunately, our time is short, but I think it was a little taste of all of your talent here for the audience. And I will pass the word to Danny. I'm sure we have some questions with the audience.
This was an absolutely fascinating panel. Thank you so much, all of you, for sharing your diverse perspectives. And Dr. G, I think you really juggled all the various perspectives so eloquently and expertly. So thank you so much for sharing all of that. We only have time for one question, I believe, and it's going to be Janice's, and I promise we're not playing favorites on this. But the question is, do you think that digital skins in gaming will also be priced physically to physical garments?
I think James has already his fingers like up.
This makes me. I don't make me laugh, but we have brands that we work with every day. So we have brands that we work with every day. We're working with one at the moment who is a shoe manufacturer, and they retail their shoes at $500, $600 for a physical pair of shoes. They couldn't understand why I recommended that their strategy in Roblox was to sell those for between $1 and $3 per pair of shoes, and nearly fell off their chair. I then explained to them it's a completely different market and it's a completely different model. They're targeting 12 to 14-year-olds who are using birthday money or gift cards within the gaming platforms. They're competing with creators and designers who are selling products for a much lower price. The main thing, and the thing that I think takes physical brands a lot to get their head around, is there's no cost of goods sold. So there's no manufacturing cost. So I remember, this is going back a few years now, but when we were manufacturing clothing and shoes especially, you'd be lucky if you made 20% margin on those as a physical product. Now, when you're selling a virtual skin or something in a game, you can sell billions of those. Your cost of creation hasn't gone up. So the margins there are vast. So yes, the pricing point might be a lot lower, but the scale and the potential with that to generate much greater volume of revenue is huge. So I think brands need to get their head around that, and I think that's a challenge we find with brands is realigning their in real life view to a digital one where things are very different.
I think it's also just to kind of give my 2 cents. I think it's who's your consumer. The consumers in Roblox interact in microtransactions. We previously were aiming at a completely different consumer market and were selling to the high-end NFT collectors and auctioned a dress at Christie's for $4,000. But that's because it was a bunch of adults. And so I think, James, your job is made a little bit harder when things like that happen, or when things like Adidas sells a $20,000 necklace or Gucci sells a $4,200 bag, and that makes a headline. Whereas in reality, you're going to be getting volume.
Correct.
And
but
price from that.
The Adidas necklace is the minority.
Yeah. It's the minority, exactly.
There are not many of those, Now, but we've got brands that are selling. We've got one brand who, in fact, the brand that sells the high-end shoes, they're selling scarves on Roblox, and they're one of our best-selling products. And we're shifting thousands of these products, and they're suddenly like, wow, and okay, they were selling those for like $1.50, but they've made more off of those than they could ever imagine. Just very, very different, very different.
$1 to 1 million people. What we have 80 million daily active users on Roblox. That's
Not significant, is it?
And or like the Tiffany necklace that sold for $55,000.
What I was just going to add is that I think when you look into the pricing point, is also about like what is it associated with? Because one thing is just a UGC garment you find that is a created UGC. Another thing could be an NFT or a tokenized product that is a pass that gives you access to loyalty programs. And I'm sure Alex and Pedro maybe have comments on that, but that is then different. That's a product, a 3D asset that gives you access to a universe of a brand. And it's not just a solo product or a connected product in a way. So I think all of those factors change.
That's just not a skin though, is it? You're buying access into
exactly.
Like the Louis Vuitton trunk. Like 50,000.
Yeah, it's like in the physical realm we have fabrics and we have like this job of tons of people. So we're going to compare that to what, like to the software or what. So I think there are many things that are going on now, and we must like take a look on that.
Yeah, I think one of my favorite works in this space that I've seen ever is this incredible artist called Luke Shannon, who's a generative artist who works with algorithms. And for the auction that we did at Christie's, he designed this suit with Gucci. And what he sold was a digital artwork based on the pattern of the suit. And if you owned that suit, you could generate infinite quantities of the pattern under Gucci. Gucci had condoned the collaboration, and then you could get it made. So you owned the designs to infinite Gucci suits, which was Gucci selling their IP. And that went for $25,000. for obvious reasons. So yeah, I think it's so innovative what can be done. I think exactly as you guys touched on in the panel, part of our work is making the world understand how to conceptualize the value of the work that we do.
Right.
Yeah. The potential, the growth potential as well.
We try.
We try.
Yeah.
Amazing.
Beautiful. Thank you so much, all of you.
Thank you all.
Thank you, Danny. Thank you, Gigi. Thank you, all of you.
Thanks for having us, Danny.
So, after that fascinating panel, we're going to be leading into our penultimate speaker of the day, who is Jenny Holloway. And what we're going to be discussing specifically for this is creativity, fashion, and mental health. And I believe Jenny is going to be showing everyone a video. And before that, I would absolutely love to introduce her. So, Jenny's vision and determination created FEL, the UK's foremost ethical and sustainable manufacturing and learning enterprise. Her FEL team is reskilling the sector, creating technical careers in fashion design and production in areas where opportunities are needed, and supporting multiple community initiatives while producing truly sustainable quality fashion. For good reason, she and her team have won multiple industry awards, and most recently have been nominated for the Health Services Journal Early Intervention Healthcare Award for the success of its mental well-being initiative, Hope FX. Please welcome Jenny and her team for Creativity, Fashion, and Mental Health with Fashion Enter. Hi, Jenny.
Hello, my name is Jenny Holloway, and I'm the CEO of Fashion Enter. We're an award-winning social enterprise that's not for profit. Since 2006, we have two core aims. One is to deliver excellent, high-quality technical skills that are for the fashion industry, such as stitching and pattern making. And the second area is to have sustainable, ethical garment manufacturing, whether that's for one sample or whether it's for a run of 5,000 garments. We're situated in London, both in Islington and Haringey. We're also based in Leicester, and we're also based in Wales too. Sustainability has to occur in the fashion industry. It is known to be the second dirtiest polluter on the planet today. We see these horrendous pictures of mountains of garments that are rotting. We know that the carbon footprint is too high, and there is so much adverse comment about fast fashion. We want to be different, and we are. One of the ways that we do this is work with some amazing partnerships. One of those partners is Style 3D. Style 3D is bringing the AI into fashion, where traditionally we have 132 touch points to make a garment. That has been reduced by 50% thanks to the software such as Style 3D. They actually have over 45,000 digital assets on the cloud that can be dragged down, modified, put onto avatars that have got soft bodies, and you could scan in fabric. So the accuracy of the drape is amazing. So to demonstrate that, just look at this. So you can see this is a jacket, and that just shows you the drape that can occur. We have a £300,000 suite here that is here for designers, retailers, garment techs, buyers who want to create their own range with a minimal of expenses, i.e. you do not have to make samples, you do not have to fly in fabric or create new prints.
This is our factory space here in Unit 14, and as you can see, this is a very traditional way of making garments. So we would have a sealer, lots of pieces of paper. We will have a bundle of work that takes place, all that bar scanned in. This actually makes us very sustainable because this is where we know who has made what and when and how much they get paid, so there is no violation of workers' rights. These garments here show what repairs look like. So as you can see here with this garment, we've put in an orange zip, and we've also put in an orange piece of nylon fabric too. And you can actually see how trendy it is. Consumers want people to know now that they've had a garment and they have repairs. They're not asking to have self-dyed fabric or self-matching fabric. They want the contrast. And this is where the future of fashion is going to be. Hope FX is a new project that has been launched by Fashion Enter, and it's very personal to me as a mother and also as a daughter of people that have had mental health issues.
When I was 4, my mother went into an institution which was called Barnsley Hall in the West Midlands, and actually she never really recovered. And these are back in the days of the 60s. It was very much like one flew over the cuckoo's nest. And then fast forward, I have a wonderful son who unfortunately went down a drug-induced route where psychosis then developed. And he has been sectioned a few times. And that gave me a real insight into how hard pressed the NHS is with mental health issues. Rather than moaning about what could have been done, I actually reached out to a great guy who is called Sir Norman Lamb, who is the chair of SLAM, that is South London and Maudsley Trust. And I just wanted to do something that was different, that was proactive. And I wanted to give hope to people that I had seen in places such as Green Parks, which is in Farnborough Hospital. Fortunately for me, Norman Lamb really understood what I was trying to do, and he introduced me to a wonderful woman called Ginger. And Ginger then introduced me to an even fabulous person called Dr. Nina Brown, and fortunately we managed to get Hope Effects off the ground.
Hope Effects is the mental health wellbeing programme that's been devised by Fashion Enter. Hope is such an important part of everybody's genetic makeup. Hope gives you the ability to move forward, to be positive, and it gives you a reason and a purpose for who you are and what you want to do. This programme has been devised with the North London Mental Health Partnership Trust, and we've been incredibly grateful for their support. It's been a 6-month programme. And during that time, we've taken each of the participants who have become amazing designers in their own right. And we've seen such a difference with their confidence, their skills, their abilities, their networking.
As with any learning, it's that journey that is so important. And over the 6 months that we've been running the Hope Effects with the various trusts, we've been keeping a wonderful file for each participant to take home with them. So just to sort of show you the type of work we've been doing, we started off their stitching journey by just giving them lines on a piece of paper, and actually if you hold it up to the light, you can see how well they've done. I mean, that's such a good effort for a first attempt. And then as you progress, it becomes harder with more circles. Then we do reflective notes as part of their journey. So each participant is writing about how they're finding these tasks and what the emotions are, what they learned from it, what went well, what didn't go so well. And we then progress onto fabrics. And you can see, perfect. That's a really good attempt. These are the first attempts, and then we're building up that skill base. And what we're doing, we're getting people ready for industry. We're getting them ready for work experience or apprenticeships or jobs. We also met up with the team from Net-a-Porter, and they presented their portfolios to Net-a-Porter. And this is just what everybody needs when they want to do a fashion journey. The participants were brilliant. They had too many ideas. They had such creative content for their t-shirt. Now we put all that work together. We put the theory and the practice together, and we start printing those t-shirts using the Keynote technology. The Keynote printer is one of the most ethical printers in the world today, using very kind pigmentings and very small amount of water, which is just used really for the print heads. And as you can see by this video, this is when we show the first designs to the participants of Hope Effects, and look at their expressions. Doesn't that say it all, how exciting this project is? As with any brand, what do you have to do to make this brand a reality? You have to have a photo shoot. And this is where we were so lucky to have the support of a wonderful man called Norv and his trusty assistant Josie at the Bureau. The Bureau very kindly agreed that we could have a free photo shoot. And this allowed all the participants and all the supporters that we've had from the trusts, including Dr. Nina Brown. The photo shoot with Norv on Friday the 5th of January lasted in total 8 hours. This was 8 hours of joy, of excitement, of the individual participants all taking responsibility for their photo shoot. They ended up directing the photo shoot. And when you just see the quality of these images, thanks to Norv and Josie, you can see that it was an absolute success. This is it. This is the big day. This is the launch. Hope FX project.
Oh, I'm so excited.
I know.
So
It's been, what has it been? To explain to me, first of all, introduce yourself.
Hi, my name is Evangeline. I am the designer of the Need More Space t-shirt design and others designs over there. And I'm just really excited about the launch and just the whole project in itself. Just really excited. I've met a lot of wonderful people, which is really nice. I've made a lot of friends. I've learned so much about designing and like costume things.
You have been like a sponge.
Yes.
You have been so proactive and
it's just amazing. Everyone is so welcoming and everyone is just so nice. Teachers and students, everyone, just the staff. Everything is just comfortable.
I initially came into this not really expecting much. I've really been big on fashion beforehand. This was just me sort of experimenting with my choices. And also I wanted to help out a friend's business at the time. But shortly after starting this, I discovered that I had a real talent for sewing and an even greater talent for creativity. And so now it's progressed to the point where I feel confident and able enough to pursue this fully in all its aspects and in all its forms, and try to see how far I can take this as a legitimate business and maybe as a legitimate dream.
This is our wonderful Tazy, right? So, Tazy, what have you been doing over the last 6 months?
We've basically been designing our own t-shirts. Yeah, like this is one of them. Yeah, we just kind of got like a piece of paper and just drew out what we wanted to draw. Yeah, my one's inspired by my grandma, so yeah, that's basically what we've been doing, is just designing our t-shirts and learning how to like use sewing machines and stuff.
Hello, I'm Amelia, and I am autistic and my special interest is lizards, so I thought that would be really cool to include lizards in all of my work, and just, yeah, this is so cool. So.
And the colours are really vibrant, the proportions, the layout, and you've also created stickers.
Yeah, stickers and keychains.
Yeah.
And bags, so hopefully this will come out soon.
The Hope FX launch on Friday the 16th of February started at 10 o'clock and went all the way through till 5 o'clock on the evening. This was a wonderful event. We encouraged the participants to invite their loved ones, their friends, family, anybody that they felt as though they wanted to share their journey with. We also invited a wide cross-section of people, and it was wonderful to see attendees such as Jeremy Corbyn, who is the local MP for Islington, Lord Young of Norwood Green, who came to encourage all the participants, a wonderful lady called Juno Sullivan, who's the CEO of Leaf.
Really pleased to be here today. This is a great project, and it's an area that I'm particularly interested in, and mental health, getting young people back into work, and anything that can combine the two, like this project does, to me, is a very welcome development.
Surprise! Hi, Janice. Hi. That is a surprise. It's lovely to see you.
It is so lovely to see you. Tell me, firstly, what do you want this audience to help you with, especially for brands? Like, what would make your day and the Hope FX and all of the people who are at Fashion Enter, what would you want of them? What do you want them to take away?
Basically, fashion is fantastic. I've had a career in fashion that spanned 40 years, but we all know it's hard work. You know, it's long hours. It's very easy actually to get run down. Sometimes I think there's a lot of smoke and mirrors and You know, you've always got to be so positive. And trade's been tough. I think since COVID, there are so many mental health issues. One of the things I would really like to do is, if anybody in their organisation needs help with mental health well-being, we are here to support. You know, we can support your company, and it might be minor, it could be seminars, it could be workshops, you know, but I think we have to be really open about what mental health is, because unless your spirit level's level, and unless you're honest with yourself, you can't genuinely be content in life, you know. So as I say, I've tried to sort of combine all the innovation that we've done within fashion and our Fashion Technology Academy as well. You know, I have to say, Janice, you have been such a supporter of us over the years. You know, you and Sue are the most amazing people. And I don't want this to be a love-in, but it is the truth. You know, and so it's a very genuine statement. You know, I've come back from a family history of mental health well-being, and I used to say, if my mother had all the money in the world, she would never have been happy. She would never have found that headspace. And I would never have thought, I've got 3 boys, that I'd have a son that ended up sort of going into the wrong friendship groups, and then starts on weed, and then just escalates. You know, it happens. Like life twists and turns. So we are absolutely here for anybody in fashion that would like to have support on that side.
And actually, everybody should go to see your factory, because when I first went to go see the factory, and somebody said to me, "Yeah, we can make garments for ASOS with an hourly wage of 15 quid," right? And we were like, "What? That's it's impressive. What you do is impressive, and also the technical academy is super impressive. That you have given hope to so many that a lot of times people don't treat young people with the kind of respect that they have, and you've given them so many skills, and you've given them hope to continue in this industry. And this industry is difficult, and it's
I think this new area of repairs, alterations, upcycling, recycling, it comes down to being a stitcher, you know, and having the brains to look at a garment and being able to manipulate it to get the garment right. Now, again, if anybody has got a brand and they want to have repairs, we've got end producer responsibility coming through from a legislation perspective. You know, every brand will have to look at this. We're here again to help and support.
So for all of you who are in brands out there, if you're in the UK, if you're in the EU, and there are things that can be done in this arena, and we so loved showcasing this work that Jenny has done, because it's incredible. So we do have one question from the audience, which is, what software did the Hope FX participants use to create the prints, and how expensive is the printing process?
So we use the core neat printing technology, which means that you can just literally do one print at a time, and it's very kind pigment inks. We used Illustrator and Adobe, from a print creation perspective. So we've got a creative director called Beth, who was very instrumental on that side, and she's got a degree in that area too. So yes, by all means, I'll pop my email in the chat, and if anybody wants to contact us, we're in Haringey. We would love to meet you. Absolutely love to meet you all.
So thank you very much for today, and I mean, I hope you've inspired me time and time and time again. So I wanted to be able to bring all of this to the community that is 3D Tech Fest. So thank you so much for today, and we're on to our next guest.
Thank you. Bye, everybody. Thank you.
Bye.
Thank you so much for that, Jenny. And thank you so much for that, Janice, as well. So we're now going to be wrapping up the day with one of my absolute favorite companies in the world, and that is Mischief. I know way too much about Mischief because I've been obsessed with them for a number of years. And I actually am such a stan that I have a pair of their big black boots on the way to New York for me at the moment. the thing that is fascinating about Mischief is I don't think anybody in the world has mastered viral culture or is making products that are as novel, as innovative as Mischief. And the thing that makes Mischief so exceptional is they operate as a 10-ish member art collective out of Brooklyn. They are product agnostic. So they've created everything from pyramid schemes to microscopic Louis Vuitton handbags to a car that anybody could buy a key to drive to popsicles that look like CEOs of major companies. And I don't know if there is a common thread, but I think the common thread is mastering the dynamics of what it means to drive the algorithms your way, while simultaneously, I think, making people want to pay to get trolled. And I'm one of those people that pays to get trolled. So it couldn't be more of an honor for me to be welcoming two of the founding team of Mischief onto the stage. Welcome, guys.
Hello. Hello.
Hi, Kevin and Lucas.
How's it going? Thanks for
Not-
that intro. Yeah.
Sorry, Danny, one more time.
Not too bad. How are you guys?
We're doing good. Can you see and hear us okay?
Yeah, y'all look great. All right, Danny, I'm going to take you out and we're going to chat for a little bit. Hey guys, how's it going?
Good. Yeah.
Very good. Thank you so much for taking the time to talk to us. We're really excited to be able to bring a little bit of your perspective to the audience today. Just as a way of intro, my name is Brooke Vigut. I'm the principal creative at Foreplay. I also happen to be the lead producer of 3D Tech Fest this year, so we get to hang out. And this is Kevin Weisner and Lucas Bentel, who are the co-chief creative officers of Mischief.
I mean, titles are a little... Yeah, close enough. Yeah.
Titles are titles. And if
Yeah.
you're not familiar with their work, I'm going to just give you like a quick rundown of their stuff that is more in the fashion space to get us started. So we have Mischief, right? And they've made stuff like the Jimmy Fallon, I believe, Gobstopper sneakers, to the big red boots, ones that look like Crocs, the tiniest handbag in the world, a bag that was designed in the United States, Peru, Portugal, India, and China, which is the global supply chain telephone handbag, a bunch of shopping bags, and other crazy shit. So we're really excited to see what we're going to dig into today. One of the things I've been really curious about in regards to your work and your creative process and how Mischief just exists is where digital culture and social media plays into all of this. You correct me if I'm wrong, but I believe Mischief sort of exists on doing product drops and having this like global-ish following of, almost 1 million Instagram followers and stuff like that. So I feel like it's probably safe to say that having a digital presence is paramount to who you guys are and what you do. But what does that mean when it comes to what you make? How you sort of address this like tension between creativity and like trends and just trying to go viral,
Let's see. I mean, I think maybe even just right off the bat, I wouldn't say that we ever try to go viral in any sense. I think it's much more, well, I mean, just maybe even a higher step back. I think the whole practice of Mischief is, I mean, it's an art practice. But instead of making art for a gallery setting, we're making objects that can exist natively in the environments that they're designed to spread in. So if you want to talk about a product space or talk in a fashion space, make a fashion object. If you want to talk about corporate culture and capitalism, make something that resembles and plays as a business. And I think it's sort of, we have made a few things that have done very well and spread quite a bit, but that wasn't the end goal at any point.
Yeah, I mean, I think that Mischief's practice is, among other things, but it's certainly an experiment in how you disseminate an idea into culture. And in that respect, social media is a potent tool to do that. But I think that there's sort of a distinction between viewing social media as one of many distribution channels versus making work that is made for social media, which tends to be very limiting. I mean, any kind of, we are often trying as much as possible to stay off of platforms, to stay out of other people's ecosystems. And part of that is because everything that lives within a platform like Instagram, it becomes flattened. Yeah. There's only one type of content that can be hosted there, and it's always in a stream of many other types of things. That's why for every single release, we are building a fresh website, because we can control that ecosystem entirely. We actually, I mean, so for the longest time, we tried to stay off of
any social
media platform.
Really?
We did a couple of years doing that. Before eventually,
I mean, we started on Venmo.
We were getting deplatformed from a million kind of unorthodox channels. We got kicked off of the T-Mobile cellular network at one point. We were trying to do everything over text message. So there's a factor of convenience to an Instagram as well.
What was that pivot? Like, what made that choice for y'all? Because creatively, what I'm hearing is it's very much not a part of your ethos.
So it is very much a part of our ethos insofar as it is a tool. I think it's very much not part of our sort of like our ideation process, let's say. And really, you know, a part of how we end up where we are, it really is getting kicked off of other platforms until somewhere. It's why we ended up having a Mischief app, because we were getting kicked off of Venmo and text messaging. It's why we ended up at one point, you know, building our own e-commerce backend, because we were deplatformed from Shopify over copyright issues. There's sort of a constant game of one-upsmanship in terms of creative distribution and sort of what the boundaries on those channels are.
Yeah. I feel like a lot of people also think that we make work. I mean, we don't ever make work looking at, I mean, we're obviously always looking at everything happening in the world, but it's hard to be super, if you're always trying to respond immediately to the thing that you see on your feed today, you're always going to be late. And so we're never responding in that sense when we're making things. Like, we're operating on, you know, year, 2 year, 3 year timelines on certain projects. And so it's never been a benefit to us to be super reactive. And I think it's sort of like counter to what people might think. They might think, oh, you guys are just reacting so quickly to what everybody else is doing and thinking, but it's like we're operating so much farther out. It's one, it's logistically impossible, and two, I think it just makes you make worse work.
That's one of the things that having a drop model, I think, specifically confuses is oftentimes, because we're releasing something average every 2 weeks, there's this sense that we must be producing it
in 2 weeks.
In 2 weeks, yes, or on some extremely short timeline, and that is extremely not the case.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, and since we're here as like part of a fashion and tech festival, right? I'm sure there's a lot of like retailers and brands and designers and creatives in the audience that are, as one myself, like constantly playing with this tension between like, how can we be timely and mindful while actually making good work, right? Good being relative, of course, but making work that matters to who we are and what we do and might matter to somebody else. I'm really curious about your creative ethos in the context of like all of this digital culture, because you often, there was an interview with Hypebeast that you did not too long ago where you talked about this idea of the spicy present, like your internal slang for such. I'd be curious if you can talk a little bit about that and how it influences your creative process in the midst of this digital age.
Yeah. I mean, I think there are a handful of threads that you can draw between Mischief projects, and some of them are very far apart from each other. But certainly one of them has been sort of leaning into the aberrations of modern consumer culture, right? We are taking often paradigms that exist and we are intensifying them into absurdity as a critique, and also sometimes because that becomes enjoyable, that becomes entertainment. Whoever said, you know, she enjoys paying us money to troll her, or words to that effect. As an opt-in experience, I think that can actually be kind of, it can be kind of nice when the default is a sort of exploitative relationship with the things around you. I think to the point of one thing I just wanted to throw in, just as a practical thought, when you're talking about how you gauge sort of the relevance of the ideas that you're working on. Part of Mischief's core process is just coming up with a lot of ideas. Obviously, you know, we are generating thousands of ideas on a regular basis, and they're all terrible, with the exception of those one or two that you hopefully curate out of that. But we very deliberately try to have a bank of ideas that we like and then don't act on for several months. And it's sort of like the final litmus test to, did we really have something here, is whether we're still interested in it 3 months down the line, after you get over that sort of like initial adrenaline rush of, oh, what if we did this thing that I just thought of? And I think that that's actually it's a very nice counterbalance to the pressure to be reactive and kind of like to speed match with social media in particular.
Yeah, and I don't know, to the point of the spicy present, I feel like that's something that we say internally, because I mean, for a number of years we were like, are we responding? Are we doing things that are sci-fi and future?
Yeah,
are we doing
future?
What
there is no
type
future.
of work are we making? And I think what we realize, and there are people that, you know, make things that are specifically looking super future. And I think what we realized was what we're really doing is intensifying things that are active in the present, like in a way that you can relate to them, you understand them, you understand the dynamics, but it's just sort of like pushed. We will like push something to an extreme so that you understand and can relate to it in a different way oftentimes.
Yeah. Like we're trying to use things that exist in culture as building blocks, right? Like so to the car project, for example, where we have this one car with 5,000 keys across the US. Anyone who finds that car can hop in and drive it, and as soon as you leave it, someone else may steal it. What we actually constructed to make that, and we would consider it sort of a distributed performance artwork, is exactly the tech stack of Zipcar, but if you made a really bad business,
or just with a fleet of one.
A fleet of one, yeah.
We had Zipcar with a fleet of one.
The business model must be terrible. I'm sure you're.
But
really
we're looking for those sort of like intensifications of existing paradigms.
Right. Yeah. Well, and I'm curious about this in the context of your work with brands, right, too, because you do a lot of collaborations. And I feel like when we're looking at something like, and granted, I know a lot of your collaborations are not necessarily with fashion brands, but when we're looking at, I don't know, something like the Gobstopper sneaker or Gobstomper, right? Like as a project, somebody came to you and said, we want a thing. And a lot of people have this very digitally focused, I guess, or like consumer focused mindset when it comes to creating. So how do you balance that between like the culture part and the like consumer part?
Let's see. I feel like also
the trick with these is the relationship is the other way. People don't come to us. We have an idea, and then we think that we could add someone else onto it, and we go to them.
I mean, yeah, it's sort of like, I mean, there's nothing that Mischief makes that doesn't start internally here, and it's sometimes it's more of, if you make something, finding the right dissemination vehicle. So like for that, like it sort of seemed there, you know, maybe there is an easier relationship with one person or another here or there, and that's what leads it to working with one person versus working with a different brand or person. But it's generally we are obsessed with preserving the integrity of the concept, like, and preserving its, you know, like like we're not doing marketing for people. We're trying to make things and put them out into the world. And I think a lot of like those relationships end up feeling like a marketing type thing when they're the other way around.
More of a creative collaboration.
I mean, you know, I'm not entirely sure who our audience here is, but if I were a, digital distribution type, Jimmy Fallon is a distribution vector, right?
Mm-hmm.
Like the same as any other platform.
Yeah.
And for us, when we're looking to essentially maximize spread for these concepts, you look for things like that you couldn't attach to a project.
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm. Absolutely. No, that's really interesting. I'm curious too, like when you're looking at these partnerships, I mean, basically what I'm hearing is that you're creating culture through cultural commentary, and the partnerships are almost a bonus, right? In terms of the
Sometimes, so our goal when we're doing collaborations is always to look for relationships that basically let us do something that we cannot do ourselves, which can be, so for, is there one in here?
No, I don't think so. But
for example,
still.
we produced a vinyl record that is engraved into a crosscut saw blade that you can use on your table saw. But if you're going to do that, you have to have a song on your record. We don't produce music, so we need a collaboration in order to execute on this concept that we started from.
Mm-hmm.
And so we ended up, partnering with The Weeknd for that because obviously he makes songs. Hey, look at that.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Which to us, this is kind of like the goal is always to view this kind of relationship as sort of like a power multiplicative kind of thing.
Yeah.
Because there is no real way for us to do this project without a musical artist attached to it. Although, we have plenty of very accomplished SoundClouds in studio, but
I'm sure
it's the same.
Yeah.
I'm sure. No, that's really, really useful and insightful. I'm conscious of our time, so folks that are watching in our audience, if you want to throw some questions in there, we'll get to those in just a moment. But I would love to sort of wrap with this idea of, actually, no, I'm going to skip that question. I'm really curious. Let's wrap with the future right now. Let's think about what's next, right? So as unfortunately reliant on the digital space in some ways to exist, right? To make your work possible. What are you kind of looking at and thinking about moving forward? Creative, one thing, but really in terms of like your relationship to your audience and culture and how you consider them in the work that you're making.
Mm-hmm.
Let's see.
It's a big question.
One thing I hope Mischief does is I hope people can look at the practice and realize that they can be making creative work in other spaces. Like I feel like we both met in art school, and I felt like in that environment, you're like, oh, how do I put my work out? I go to the gallery, art world space and try to push my art. And you end up making work that just fits in that environment and just works in that ecosystem. And I really think that there are a lot of other avenues for people to make creative things. And I think when we started, one of the things that we said was, for the first couple of years we did follow this, but we didn't want to make anything in the same medium more than once. And I think it was a really good exercise in terms of forcing us to find different spaces to push creative content. And I hope people can kind of look at that and mess around. There's so much of culture that you think is untouchable and unaccessible. And like, maybe you think people are really too, big to push over or critique or mess with. And I think it's important to realize that everything you can play with, like it all can be a really, really good medium to work with. And so, I mean, for us, it's just sort of like we're still trying to find different spaces to play in. I think the fashion space is a place that I think culturally right now is sort of one of the preeminent art forms. So we're obviously playing in that space, but there are also other things, like we'd love to do something in a film or a television space at some point.
Land art.
Yeah, it makes
I mean, I heard you have a cow somewhere. Like
we do. Yeah. People often confuse us for a dairy company.
That's too funny.
On LinkedIn for years, we've been a dairy company and have been invited to several dairy conferences for
incredible
reason. But yeah.
I mean, you are doing the real work with Angus, right? For folks that don't know, Angus is a cow that you could save potentially if you've bought into his care. So just go to Mischief's website, find Angus, learn more about him because he's fascinating and living his best life somewhere in the world. I just, to kind of wrap up this portion before we get to audience questions, I want to go back to something that actually one of our first speakers of the day said, because I feel like it's incredibly vital here as well. Oh, there's Angus. Incredible. And it applies to brands, it applies to creatives, it applies to designers, right? We're all doing work that goes out into the world and impacts people. So why not do it a little bit consciously? And Felita Harris, who's the executive director of Raise Fashion, she actually started our day by saying culture is not a trend. Culture is everlasting because it comes from people. And it really feels like, in a lot of ways, you are the embodiment of this idea in certain contexts. So thank you all for the chaos that you put into the world and the creativity and the ways you challenge us and challenge what it means to be a brand and develop apparel. So I want to jump to a couple quick questions because I know you guys have a heart out as well. So our first question we're going to take from Janice Wang, and Janice has asked has said, what you do has so much authenticity and you're able to do this because you now have a reputation. What would you tell to somebody who's starting in this process? How do you keep up that integrity?
Yeah. Interesting. I mean, I think the thing about Mischief is a lot of our general approach to working was entirely crafted at a point where we were very small and sort of like working with no existing base, right? Mm-hmm. We're starting practically from zero, trying to tell people about projects by sending them 1 cent on the Venmo payments platform.
What a marketing budget.
Which was, incredible return on that. Because the thing about Venmo is you get a notification from the app and a text message and an email because it's a financial transaction.
Yeah, also at that time, I mean, everybody was public on Venmo. So
everybody signed up with their own first names. Yeah, it was a weird time. Yeah. But I think the thing here is kind of like our goal with this practice has always been to find the ways, sort of by hook or crook, that you maximize your cultural power as artists. And I think that honestly, most of the processes that we employ, I hope, are fairly actionable by people who are, for example, just starting up. I mean, who are looking for things like exactly this, the hack where I can send one message and it triggers 3 notifications, right? That's sort of like an outsized return on investment for my 1 cent. Mm-hmm. And I think that sort of like really, some of what Lucas is saying, where the goal here is always you have a concept. The concept is everything. And the rest of it, which is totally part of the creative process, is figuring out how to maximize the way it enters the world.
Mm-hmm. Totally. Amazing. Thank you for that. Really appreciate that. To continue that thread of thought, Furs asked, I found it really interesting that you mentioned that you tried to stay away from social media. What is your outlook on the use of social for like the brands of the future?
Let's see. I mean,
if we can call you a brand.
You sure can.
Yeah. At first we were jumping on, we didn't even have any of the handles. People were impersonating us. I think that was sort of one of the initial impetus, was just to sort of control the output, because otherwise people would have thought all these other random projects were things that we were doing.
I mean, I don't think social media is bad. I think it's very powerful. I think it just there's a danger that it can what's the classic when a metric becomes a goal, it ceases to become a good metric. That's all of social media, right? Like you need to make sure that you're running it and it's not running you.
Absolutely. Great. I know Danny had a quick question for you guys too. I know we're at your time, but Danny, take it out.
Thank you so much, Kevin and Lucas. So my question is, I think as we all know here, commercial is not cool. And you guys operate obviously as an art collective, but you're also a venture funded company. So how do you think about the balance when you're doing your drops between stuff you're going to sell, stuff you're going to create, etc.?
Yeah. Let's see. I mean, a lot of it is gut. and I also think one thing that we've learned is it's almost always worse if you have an idea that doesn't seem like it doesn't need to make money to try to force it to make money. Like, you know, and I think often there's a tendency to like, oh, I have this concept, but we need to make a certain amount of money on it to tweak it in a way to like have people buy things or do, you know, and I think that's not the right way to do it. There's certain objects that make sense to make money, and there's certain things that are much cleaner to just keep in their purest form. And
we have this gut rubric of like, there's 3 categories of project. There's things that make money, there's things that break even, and there's things that lose money. And you have to know pretty fast which one of those 3 an idea is, and then you don't at all try to force it between them. And that has been very useful for us as sort of like a guiding principle for evaluating projects.
And I don't know, obviously we are a business and we operate as a business, and as such it is important to make those calculated decisions, and there is some pacing between all of those. There is some, you know, a lot of, you know, decision making that decides. And
there's a big upside for doing creative work to be a business, right? The fact that we are a team of many people allows us to chase kind of like ever bigger and more complicated projects. It was like the reason we started working as a team in the first place. So I think it's highly compatible with creative work.
Yeah, absolutely. Thank you guys so much. It's been an absolute pleasure chatting with you and learning more about your ethos. I've taken a lot out of this, and I'm sure our audience has as well. Break a leg on your drop that I believe is happening in an hour. Your latest BWD sneaker. And we'll see y'all soon.
Great. Thank you.
All right. Thank you. Take care.
Bye, y'all. Danny, I'm going to pass over to you and Janice to close us out for the day.
Beautiful. And Brooke, a massive thanks for you for putting everything together, and also to Saul and the rest of the 3D Tech team. I am basically just going to end with a big thank you to the team for having me, a big thank you for all of you for joining this evening, and reintroduce the woman of the hour, Janice Wang, to give any closing remarks she might have.
Thank you very much, Danny. And we all know that Danny is running for a train because she gets to go hang out in Paris. So that's awesome. Here are the what I've actually started with. We started with hope, and we're going to end. And I think hopefully today you've actually seen the joy and the hope that everybody who does this work brings, you know, to the community. The overarching theme is that the authentic integrity that every speaker has taken to their work. And so let's start from the top, okay? We had the brand's responsibility to culture, which all of the 3 speakers actually understand what the discrepancy is and have talked extensively about how to get equity with everybody. You know, gateways to the fashion and the neurodiverse. What a wonderful showcase of talent, that and hope that comes from everywhere, and the fact that you should never, ever dismiss, somebody's dreams. Tess is, just go watch those beautiful Harper's Bazaar videos, and you see there also, the intensity and integrity that she brings to what she's designing, coming from multiple, like a sustainable angle and also from an inclusive angle. Culture and algorithms, Danny and James, well, there's nothing more to say. They have the both of them really, they love the things that they do, and they talked about culture in this day and age, and how actually, what their viewpoint is on it. How AI content accelerates innovation. This was exactly what we actually have always been talking about. You can use one thing and you can make it once and you could use it multiple times, right? 3D design, same is in the same along the same topic. And then we have the last few, which were all about founders really thinking about where they have come from, their own personal experiences, bringing a semi kind of rebellion view to the work, but at the same time bucking against like what society's visions are of them, but the amount of hard work that it goes into everything that they have done. And you can see it from Hope FX, and even on one side of the coin where you have an extremely niche community that actually you see the real impact that it has on society, all the way to Mischief, which is just super fun, but the kind of integrity that they also bring to their community, which makes them really sought after and super fun. But I also think the key message in all of this is that there are multiple ways to skin a cat, and number two, that there are multiple business models that are available in all of this, and it really is a matter of sticking to your own choices and your own beliefs, and then saying, let's find a way out to actually, with a lot of grit, get to the market. So with that, day one is over. Yay! Join us for day 2 and day 3, because there's a lot more technical and much more nerdy sessions, and you're going to hear quite a lot from us as well about kind of our view of the world. So enjoy, and thank you so much for staying online and listening to all of us. Thank you. Goodbye. Thank you.